Oh my. No blue trader. Oh, I played a league, I guess it was like yesterday morning, and Rogues didn't quite carry. That was my last minute decider. Dogfish, how's it going? Think you're playing with loaded gun with no counter magic in this format? Maybe. I'll have to see, right? Got like a minute or two before our match is supposed to go live. You'll see Iliad Prowess all day with your lucky butt. I hope so. Like, that'd be pretty sweet. House of Mana, how's it going? Yeah, I've been enjoying the 4-color list I've been running. It's Boomer 4-color with Zoomer Jund creature base. So just like splashing for some of the counter spells, or like basically Jund splashing for some of the counters. Alright, so our first round is against Ash Beef, who ironically enough was the very first person up on the list. And they're on, or one of the first people up on the list. They're on Amulet Titan. Amulet Vigor, Primeval Titan. Alright. Matt, holy early morning. Yeah, the ManaTraders. ManaTraders starts now. Gotta be up for that. So we are looking for Ash Beef. Nothing like a little amulet to start your day. I know, right? This person's gonna have an awkward time unless they're looking for an opponent named No Chat. I quit cranial plating. Oh, you're probably not happy about Magic. Alright. Ash Beef, where you at? We're supposed to be joining, so they're creating the match. Trying to brew a list with Sylvan Anthem. Seems really nuts with Realm Walker. What is Sylvan Anthem? Yeah, there's Wild House of Mana. Miss it anywhere. You at Ash Beef. Somewhere, somehow, there's an Ash Beef. Hope they didn't oversleep. Come on, Ash Beef. Oh man. Technically, we're not even at the start time yet. Like the round doesn't officially start until 9. Ah, there they are. No, not you. Crap. Alright. One of these I've got to leave. Leave. Alright, Ashby. Eldrazi, not Eldrazi Tron. Amulet Titan, is this good enough? Alright, so I'm going to cover up chat for the next, like, however many minutes this takes. It's like bottom of the barrel keep. I've got Thoughtseize for a Titan. I've got Push for a Dryad. I've got a Thread. I can level it up pretty quickly. So, an opponent's mulligan to at least 5. Yep. Let's just fire off Inquisition here. Delicate Titan. So, I think I'm gonna level up Hex Drinker here. Yep. All right. So now I've got to decide, do I want to... That kind of answers the question. Do I want a Thoughtseize here? Like, is it the end of the world if they draw a Garen Brig off the top? And I think I'm gonna say no. I think I'm just gonna go ahead and level up Hex Shrinker a couple times and get down Shadow. And then like Thoughtseize or Fatal Push. Guess I don't have to Fatal Push now. Thoughtseize and whatever next turn. The risk I run is if he draws Castle Garenbrig this turn, he gets a Titan out. But yeah, if he doesn't, I'm pretty far ahead. I can just play Tarmogoyf this turn and level up all the way next turn. Let's not forget Tarmogoyf. We will forget to level up the Hex Drinker one time, though. Game 1. Cards we want to consider. Looking like a genius for adding that Miser's Damping Sphere last minute. Hex Drinker gets a lot worse with, little dude. Arboreal Grazer. Why can I not remember that name? K-Command's a bit slow. Do something like that. You can board out some Fatal Pushes since I'm boarding in Go for the Throats. Decided to run the Go for the Throats for a couple extra, like, unconditional spot removal spells against decks like Prowess. Happens to have some overlap against decks like Titan. I believe this is going to be a ship. Ship that as well. Need a threat. Alright. Try playing the matchup on hard mode here. Yep. Good draw. I'm going to crack this Wooded Foothills on their upkeep in case I draw into a Fatal Push. I'll have Revolt on their turn. Yep. Am I just going ahead and trophying that, or am I getting a threat down? Probably getting a threat down, right? Like, all I needed was some untapped land to play like a 3-drop. Why we kept the fetch land in hand. I'm just sitting on this trophy for a turn. 1, 2, 3, 4. I'm gonna pass with the trophy for a turn. Like, let myself have the chance to kill a Titan here. And if they have to, like, pact for a Titan, I feel okay. Have the Titan, right? Yep. Another Primeval Titan off the top's pretty rough. If they have the Dryad, we're super dead. It's a Dryad. Base. Game 3. I like the third push a little bit more. On the play, Hex Drinker's a bit better. Gonna do this on the play. Get rid of the K command. Bring in a another piece of removal. Typical Jund Shadow hand of a Scourge that's not online. Oh man! Opponent keeps 7. This has like one draw step to draw the land or just dies. Okay. Pretty decent 5. Arboreal Grazer Karn. I know this is gonna hit, so go ahead and fire it off now. Catacombs is fine. You know they're drawing dead. Six. I'm bolting myself. Putting Luris in the hand. I guess I get punished if I draw a fetch land here. Maybe that was enough of a reason to at the exile. So a good follow up to the path. Back in. Back a bobble. Summoner's Pact, and they've got the Garen Brig. We are coming down to the wire. Got a Titan, but they need to pay for Pact next turn. I've got the Titan covered. So this could get like Colony Garden, Vesuva. Like Colony Garden, Radiant Fountain. Colony Garden, Bajuka. Sure. All right. This grows Tarmogoyf. Yep. Is there any way to guarantee kill him this turn? Let's say I attack both. And he blocks. Primeval Titan on Goyf. Plant on Luris. I'm pretty sure yeah, I can guarantee kill him here. You box Primeval Titan on Goyf, plant on Luris. Then I Battle Rage the Luris, tramples over for 5, and then bolt him. If he blocks Titan on Luris, plant on Goyf, I can bolt the token and Battle Rage the Goyf. Like, Teamer Battle Rage checks if Ferocious is online, even if you're not targeting the Ferocious creature. So if I target the Luris, it does get Double Strike and Trample. 1-0. Let's update the record. And update. Alright. What have I missed in chat? So, usually with like these big events, I cover up chat. So if I miss any comments or anything, I have to go back and read them after the match, so don't hate me too much. Apparently I gotta scroll up a bit. Alright, let's see. Are we gonna be trying suspend? Maybe. For the most part, it seems like a worse delay, but I could be wrong. OP scared, cleaning up after shitting himself from seeing first round pairing. Third Chibs, I'm scared for Shadow decks after Modern Horizons 2. Same. Team Leader Blade, good luck today. Appreciate it. Thanks so much for the show support. But Mouthy, thanks so much for the follow. Hope you're having an awesome Saturday so far. 4 times Torpor Orb in the sideboard in a couple weeks. Porknot's here. The new 2 CMC human with Pro Red Black seems devastating against Shadow decks. Thoughts? It's like worse than Oriok Champion, and we're already having to deal with pro red, pro white creatures. I think the big thing about it is like it does slow down the clock off Tarmogoyf significantly, because he's just exiling like all your bolts and pushes and K commands and whatever, Thought Seizes, Inquisitions. So there's a chance that you just like can't really well get a Tarmogoyf beyond like a 2-3, maybe a 3-4. Xenion, thank you so much for the follow. Hope you're as well having a an awesome Saturday. The Esper Sentinel. Esper Sentinel is a cool card. Go for the third better than Terminate. It's just the mana requirements. Let's see. I'm just gonna have to miss a whole bunch of chat. J Philly, Bolt Token Battle Rage, right. Bolt to you, GG, yes is lethal. Dogfish, hit 8, yeah. Yeah, I just like double checking my math like 3 times to be sure. Because every now and then you'll like miss a point or two or say, oh, they could have blocked this way, and I'd rather just like skip those and double check all possible scenarios. See. Yeah, y'all have basically been talking about Solitude. I haven't kept up with all the hot takes. Why are you mad? All I want to know is what did Shadow do for them to make swords in another Oriok Champion? Seriously, like, why are we getting these side hate pieces? Stolen Realms will absolutely be tested and be all over the place early on, but I think it's going to turn out to not be that good. We'll see. Hidden the Pest and similar cards really blow it out, especially if they 2-for-1 themselves to cast it. I mean, it just depends on if we need to play, like, protection spells, I guess. Pfeffin. If we get Charlotte's Agent to Modern, do you think we could have a good Sultai mid-range deck with Ancestral Visions, Thoughtseize, Goifus, Liliana Icefang? Probably. Like, I don't know exactly what would be in it, but I think a Sultai mid-range deck's completely viable. We've just never had, like, a good 2-for-1 in Sultai. Like, Jund has got K-Command and now Renin 6. Abzan's always had, like, Lingering Souls and Stoneforge. And now Sultai, if Shardless Agent gets printed, just has like something they can 2-for-1 off of. Mouthy, how's it going? If I'm not pronouncing that right, please correct me in chat. Thing with 10 is you're telegraphing and they are not. They can do it for free when you're tapping or fetching. Might have to break out the dive downs. I was, like, we talked about Apostle's Blessing the other day, and there's always cards like Snakeskin Veil, Blossoming Defense, anything like that if you just really want a protection spell. Or we could play a bunch of, what's it called, Shaper's Sanctuary. Yeah, Shaper Sanctuary draws off an ability. So you can just like get a card when they're going 2-for-1. But the not having to tap out for your opponent is going to be a little annoying. Because like now you're not safe when they play a tap land. You're not safe when they tap out for a Teferi or something and you have to counter it. Like, it gets... I think the card has this, this, like, reverse bell curve for when it's good. Like, I think it's really good early in the game when they've got extra cards in hand, and they need to get the interaction. It starts dropping off pretty significantly as they lose cards out of hand because they have to play them and they can't hard cast it, and then it starts picking up again later in the game when they can just hard cast it. And we've got to like take advantage of that little dip in the middle really bad. You're right, it wouldn't stop you from getting destroyed by the life gain, but it's a start, right? Need to go get some more tireless trackers. I don't think I have my set of those. Can't get by in 2021 Modern with only 2 tireless trackers. That's for sure. No, you can't have my Soaring Thought Thieves. Those are an integral part of my Modern collection now. Thought Thieves back. 5. So, we've already got a pretty decent chat coming along. Hope everybody's having an awesome Saturday so far. Thanks for coming around and hanging out through this, at least part of this ManaTraders event. We're going to have to figure out what our downtime activity of choice is going to be today. I was thinking about brewing just like the most value-oriented, like mid-range shadow deck I could come up with. Because if Solitude comes around, then we need a pile of 2-for-1s in our shadow deck, right? Cube's a possibility. How does Shadow Rogues play against Dredge? You sign the match slip and go to game, like go to your next game. Cool. But I also don't think Dredge is like a big enough percentage of the meta to be too concerned with that matchup. Brew with Titania. Their new Titania card spoiled. I haven't checked the spoilers since yesterday, so I'm so behind. Moderation. 1 a white and a blue. Can't cast more than 1 spell each turn. Whenever you cast a spell, draw a card. Huh. So slam this in your blue-white control deck and just their turn, play a spell, draw a card, or counter spell, draw a card. Your turn, play a planeswalker, draw a card, or play a removal spell, draw a card. No snap. You're right about that one. I mean, like, if you're drawing a card off everything you cast, I feel like you don't care that much about snap. Alright. Enters the battlefield, return target land from the graveyard to the battlefield. Whenever a land you control is put into a graveyard from the battlefield, create a 5/3 elemental. Pretty sweet. Commander cards are wild, right? Alright. Yeah, we can cube it up. Alt vintage cube. Is that what we're doing? The difference in cubes here. Haven't looked at what all's in this cube, so give moderation to your storm opponent. Just like donate moderation to your storm opponent. You can draw all the cards you want. You ain't ever gonna grape shot for more than one. Comes with the new orb. Zurin orb and new orb. Or did they like print it into the modern? Because it's not modern legal, right? Oh, you're talking about Titania combos with Zurin orb. Did they print Zurin orb into modern? I just like not hearing about this. Alright, what do we got? Got Golos, birds. Not a particularly thrilling pack. This pack's like Thespian Stage and Hex Mage. We could go Dark Depths. There's just like no guarantee we're gonna get the depths. So I just pick up the mana fixing early. And we'll pick up the Golos. That pack kind of sucks. Inferno Titan, Finale, Resto, Soul Herder, Impulse, Faith's Fetters. I have no idea what's in this cube, so kind of playing blind here. I think I'm just gonna take mana fixing. We got our Golos, so let's just start playing into that a little bit. Mox Diamond could be good. Ponder's great. Like, we want mana rocks for our Golos. We're just gonna keep our colors open. We've got an overgrown tomb that pairs well with our marsh flats. No idea what this thing is. We library for exactly 2 cards not named Burning Rune Demon. You reveal them. It puts 1 in your hand and 1 in your graveyard. This dude. Byleth, World Sculptor. ETB, create a 0/1 plant for each basic land you control. Landfall. Plants get +1/+1. A Wrath of God. I think I'm between Overgrown Tomb. I'll just Satyr Wayfinder. Our green source, because like could very easily go into a green X ramp deck and have Golos. Oh, Matt, where you at? Wall of Blossoms is like the safe pick. Jason Looter, very solid. The wall. Now we've got a bit of like a green ramp shell going. And just take Omnath. We're already kind of like working multiple colors. I don't really want to take the Emrakul. Where's his Ruinous Blast? No, they got this Omnath Golos thing going on. Alright. Chat says Zurin Orb is in Modern. Is it really? Zurin Orb is in fact not in Modern. Unless it was printed in this Modern Horizons, in which case I have not seen it yet. We'll get a Spring Bloom Dryad. I got printed in Modern Horizons too? Okay. Alright. Chat's correct. Had not seen that one at all. But if things were to go a little more mid-rangey in Modern, I mean, you could very easily just like slot a copy or 2 of Titania into your like Jund mid-range list or something like that, where you can fetch late and pick up a couple 5/3s. Pairs pretty well with Ren and 6, right? What's the... So it says when a land you control is put into a graveyard. So that means it has to be on the battlefield first, right? And go to the graveyard. It can't be like cycling a land and make a 5/3. Pretty positive that's right. Anybody has a correction there? Grave Titan, Worm Coil, on color Mana Rock is nice. Wall of Roots. I could go Bant and like pick up Teferi. I think I need to take the talisman. Like trying to start getting my colors going. For each color, return up to one target card for that color from your graveyard to your hand. Exile all Sun's Dawn. Interesting. Hornet Queen. We're not really a Smuggler's Copter deck. I don't like Hornet Queen on the top end. Alright. We need like a little more. It's a good pickup. A little more mana fixing to get to like our 5 colors so we can Golos. Then we'll need like a couple more payoffs for Golos. If we find a way to tutor Golos up, that would be really nice. Are they doing spoilers today? Does anybody know? I don't know if they do them on weekends or not. But let's see. Few spoilers today and tomorrow. Nice. Nice. Search for tomorrow is an option. I just want another fetch, right? Flamer's okay, but I don't really have anything to pair with it. I think they must be because Sam Black had to wait until after midnight to spoil Moderation. Well, that makes sense. Like, hopefully we get a few more today. Copious Sprawl, Underground Sea. Just take the Sprawl. Reprint of Goblin Engineer. So the set drops in like 2 weeks, right? Isn't it like towards the end of the second week of June? Or am I just completely making that up? A little meh. Bloom command. Can mill over, find a land. We can destroy mana rock or something. Maybe kill a little dude. I kind of hope that Underground Sea wheels. I don't think it will, but like an Underground Sea or Watery Grave would be pretty good. Stomping Ground is great. We've got the Verdant Catacombs. We've got to build up to this Omnath somehow. Do an abundant harvest. I don't know if that's good enough. Go hanger back. Yeah, I think there's too much volatility with abundant harvest here. Like, I don't want to say non-land and flip into a talisman or something, and I don't want to say land and hit like some random basic land. All right. I think they'll old border Hex Drinker in the Modern Horizons reprints. Have they old bordered anything? Or yeah, they old bordered like Urza, right? They have old bordered something for Modern Horizons. I don't know. I don't know if there's enough of like an interest in Hex Drinker to warrant reprinting it. Like Urza, people flip out about that card. Could maybe see it bringing in Elspeth. Blood Crypt is fine. Like fetchable red source. Throw a Valky in here. We can get up to that. Scale Up. Oh, the Scale Up did get reprinted, didn't it? Guess maybe I could play Better Blossom. Well, something. If you get an on-color Mox, probably want to take it. Alright. Really good mana fixing this pack. Can't get Steam Vents off anything, but I can get Tropical Island. Got Knight of the Reliquary. How crazy is Knight of the Reliquary here? Take the fetchable blue-black or blue-green source. Knight could wheel. Jab Jabber, Raiden, thank you so much. Hope you're having an awesome Saturday. Welcome everybody from Jab's stream. We're currently vintage cubing it up while we wait for our next round of the ManaTraders. We currently are 1-0 after beating Amulet Titan round 1. Could bring to light pretty easy. Yeah, we're absolutely taking a Bring to Light. Bring to Light for Golos. That's our Golos tutor we wanted. So far, so good. How'd the stream go? What were you playing? Give me the breakdown. I need the deets. Painful Truths. I like Painful Truths. I like Council's Judgment. Spellseeker doesn't do too much. Talisman's okay. Take the Council's Judgment. Stream was good. Played some Is It Prowess and Nivtalite. How are the leagues? Did you see anything interesting or is it pretty standard? I actually played some blue-red Prowess last night at our F&M. It was something. Not gonna say I did well, but anything for Modern Horizons 2 you're particularly hyped for Modern Shadow? Oh, good question. Like a Wheel of Fortune. There are... I should have picked up the Saheeli because, of course, Felidar Guardian right after it. There's a few Modern Horizons cards that I think are, like, okay. I don't think there are any that are just nuts or fantastic for Shadow, like absolute slam dunks. There's a few cards like Solitude that are concerning as a Shadow player, but not to the point of making us jump off the archetype. But I know people are interested in like the Red Delver, so we'll definitely be trying that one out. Some of the cheap blue stuff like Suspend we'll be trying out. Flame Rift we'll try out. What else? Territorial Kavu I like a lot. Little green-red dude that like gets bigger for all of your basic land types. I think he's sweet. Let's see. Mentioned Flame Rift. The Red Delver. Spend mentioned. After that, it like, I don't know what this does. After that, it definitely drops off. So Night did with Wheel. It drops off a lot, but there's still like some cool cards. Can we play Flame Rift for Scourge? It's possible, but like Scourge does get a lot worse when you're not playing it until turn 3. But at the same time, in like the Grixis variants, if you can Flame Rift on turn 2 and have turn 3 to play a Scourge and hold up like a Stubborn Denial, that could be okay. Charmaltron's dead. That's the dragon dude, right? It's like the same as every Tron hate piece. Because like on the play, it's good. Because your turn 3, you're casting it for 3 mana, blowing up their second Tron land. You're just like way ahead at that point. But on the draw, they've got Tron already. They get to like take you off a land. Steven, how's it going? Yeah, we played against Amulet Titan round 1. And game 1, ran them over. Game 2, we mulled to 5. They got there. Game 3, we mulled to 5, and we got there. So, all over the place. Now we're kind of cubing a little bit between rounds. Speaking of which... we've got our round 2 opponent. So we're going to have to let this, like, figure itself out. Go find our opponent. So we've got Sanatoda round 2 on Jund. Are we making it or are they making it? They're making it. Sanatoda, friend of the stream. Got to fight so early. What do they got? 4 Ren and 6, 4 Liliana, 2 Scourge of the Sky Claves, nice. 4 Tarmogoyf, 2 Kroxa, 2 Bone Crusher, 2 Seasoned Pyromancer, 2 Bloodbraid, value dot deck. 3 Fatal Push, 4 Inquisition, 3 Lightning Bolt, 2 Thoughtseize, 2 Assassin's Trophy, 2 K Command. Sideboard, we've got some Spell Bombs, Cling to Dust, Blight Beetle, Cleansing Wildfire. I don't want to miss my match. 2 Cleansing Wildfire, 3 Collective Brutality, 1 Plague Engineer, 1 Ashiok, 1 Necromentia, 1 Boil, 1 Force of Vigor. Alright. So, all in all, this is a Jund list that I feel like we might be able to find our exploit point in. Like, it is just Jund, and they're going to have a lot of 2-for-1s, but only 2 Blood Braids, 2 Seasoned Pyromancer. Not the full playset of, like, Fatal Push. Like, there's room to negotiate here. Sanitotor is a cool dude. He's been in the chat several times. I am a fan. Alright. I don't think we've missed it, so we're just gonna sit here and look at the top of the pairings. Freed, what was round 2? Round 1. Round 1 was Amulet Titan. We took that one down. What do you think about Dress Down? Could also be used aggressive with Shadow. What card is Dress Down? I've got like my opponent's deck list up, so you're gonna have to give me the breakdown here. Alright, Sanitotor. Didn't miss it. Oh, yes, I did miss it. Alright. Let's move this over, chat. I can't talk to y'all for the next, like, 30 minutes. Lost the die roll. Says good luck. Say good luck as well. We're off to the races. Not a great hand, but I don't really want to mulligan against Jund. These my Thoughtseize. Good draw. So now I want to get to protecting this. Renin 6. Let's take that one. He does have some chunky goifs. Yep. You have the third land for Liliana of the Veil. You do. Alright. Liliana. Don't really want to take the unexpected damage here. you go. Gonna need to find a chance to get Luris into hand pretty quickly. Bloodbraid. Bloodbraid's really rough for me here. Oh, Goyf, okay. Goyf and a Kroxa, that's a good one. That's a really good one. Oh man, Kroxa. Those like probably top 5 worst possible draws for us there. Maybe like top 2. I think like Kroxa or second Liliana kind of did us in there. My Luris plus Hex Drinker here. I have to. And like discard the Bob, chump block something with the Hex Drinker. If I play out Scourge, I die to... Or no, I don't die to Confidant Trigger, or Kroxa Trigger. Play Hex Drinker. Attack with Luris. Gains me up 5.
And the next day. And the day after.
Counter on the Hex Drinker. Play out Scourge. They go. I need you to brick. I need you to brick so badly.
And the day after that.
One time we were asking for the brick. Oh, stressful. He plays like a Liliana. We have to sack the Luris.
I guess we all have future pants.
We're dead to any removal spell.
And the next day.
We're dead to Lightning Bolt.
And the day.
Dead to K Command. Dead to Bloodbraid Elf. At like half of modern. And if I get to untap, I'm probably swinging Luris to his death just to gain the 3 life. Like I'm forcing a chump block with the Scourge. So if I do something like play Confidant from the yard, tick up Hex Drinker a couple times, attack with Scourge plus Luris, he has to block the Scourge. Opposing Scourge. Alright. By offering up the Scourge trade.
And the day after that.
Yeah. I've got to offer up the Scourge trade, right? Like either you're chumping with something that I need to get off the battlefield anyway, or we're trading Scourges and I'm getting mine back, plus play Shadow, plus level up Hex Drinker. Yep. Let's get our Scourge back. Level up Hex Drinker. Play Shadow. I'm supposed to play Shadow here. Or do I just level up Hex Drinker? So if I play Shadow, I'm dead to Bolter K command that I wouldn't be dead to otherwise. I'm just going to level up Hex Drinker. This could end up being a punt. He's also got Bone Crusher in his list. So no, I'm keeping this Shadow in hand. Okay. All right, so I think I'm going attack with Scourge, Bauble, Shadow, Lavamancer, or no, Bauble, Shadow. He decides to double block. Yeah, so even if I play even if I played Bauble from the yard, it's not enough to shrink this Goyf to lethal. So let's get you back. Level up you once. Play you. I need to keep in mind that if he finds like a bolt or something, he can attack in with Kroxa. Gonna say he can attack in with Kroxa, and if I kill the Kroxa inside of combat, he can get it back for another trigger. So if he had like bolt me, put me down to 2, attack with Kroxa, I discard Lavamancer, I have to block in a way that doesn't kill the Kroxa. Alright, so we got Kroxa's K commands, Spell Bombs, Veil. His deck He doesn't have a lot to bring in here. He can bring in spell bombs, fling to dust, maybe plague engineer if he's feeling spicy, plague engineer or Ashiok. But he'd have to board out hand disruption. So it could be something like 2 spell bombs for 2 thought seizes, and then fling to dust for an inquisition or something like that. Not the worst. I want to at least consider trophy as well. Like, I know I'm boarding out battle rages. No, I'm boarding out Lavamancer, Seal of Fire, some amount of hand disruption. Bolt. Anything better? Anything I would rather have? You're just like less excited about trophy. No, I don't think I'd rather have bolts than trophy. I need answers to Liliana. Okay. When it molds to 6. Molds to 5. I like the look of this. Keeps with 5. 5 on the play in the hand disruption mirror. Not really where you want to be. On a trophy Scourge. Let's just take the Scourge. Get him off of his turn 2 play. Picked up a Fatal Push. I think I'm just going to take the push and make him main phase and answer to this shadow. Picks up the 3rd land, so he can Liliana, but he's got to fetch and shock to Liliana, which means if I find a land, I get to Hex Drinker plus Scourge. There's the land. You're just Hex Drinker plus Shadow. Hold up Fatal Push or something just in case. Well. Alright. Trophy Unknown. Need the Unknown to not be a Lightning Bolt. Or a Fatal Push. Obviously, the big hope is that it's something he doesn't want to discard here. Make this decision really awkward. which is kind of what it's feeling like. Yep. Alright, so that was like best case scenario for us there. Hit Lily, hit you. That Tarmogoyf was 100% best case scenario for us. Like something that he didn't want to discard, so that he had to make a choice there and either not take up the Lily and we just got to save our cards, or he didn't cast the Assassin's Trophy and we got to keep our board presence. Alright. What did I miss in chat? OP ripping gas. I mean, game one was tight for sure. Freedy, is this the challenge? This is the ManaTraders Swiss rounds. Freed, looks like we were on the same page, attacking with Scourge and replaying it. Yep. So the issue with the Shadow line, whether or not to play the Shadow the first turn we drew it, is if we played it, we opened ourselves up to dying to Lightning Bolt, Bone Crusher, or K Command. And I knew he had all three of them in his deck. Insectix. Did you see the Sanctified on Vex spoiler? Well, the hate for... I don't know if I'd call it hate for Shadow decks, but... we get a little bit of splash damage, right? Jax playing against Boomerjun? Yes. Sanitoter. GG's for sure. Game one was ridiculously close. Like... there were those 2 turns after you got the Croxa back that I had like the Hex Drinker off the Luris, and I had to have you fade like those 2 turns, and I needed to draw something live. Like removal for the Croxa or a threat that was bigger, and just got lucky and top decked that Scourge. That was super close. Game 2, you had the mold of 5, and I just had like threat overload. But game 1 was a really good game on both sides. That's how the matchup plays out for me quite a bit, especially game 1. You just needed one more thing to cross the finish line and couldn't get there. Right, like... if I whiffed on the Scourge turn, and my outs were like removal spell, Scourge, Shadow, something like that, then I would have lost. And then if he whiffed on the next turn, I had a decent chance once I got the Scourge down. If he whiffed another turn after that, which I think he found Tarmogoyf after that. Or no, the turn after found his own Scourge. We traded, but I'm able to get mine back. And then I just need like one more whiff to force the chump block on the Scourge. The Mari, what do you think about Croxa main deck over Lavamancer? I've played it, and Lavamancer just has like these random times where it's super good. Like, I'll admit I've had really good luck in the matchups that I've blind drawn Lavamancer against. Like, we've seen it in challenges and premier events where I've blind drawn it in my opening hand against like Hammer Time, and Heliod and stuff like that, and it's just ridiculous taxes. But the fact that it's not dead against like control or something like that is really nice. I guess I gotta add stream link for us, right? We want to maybe be on feature match some point. You. Might be too late. I don't know. Let's see. Saw the metagame breakdown for ManaTraders. I have not. You have the link offhand. Or I might have it here. Or is it on here? Not look like it's on here. Alright. Okay. 53 blue-red Prowess. So the most represented deck by a mile. Eldrazi-tron, Amulet. So we had that part. That was 3 of my matchups I wanted to key in on today. Nivtalites, rough. We're going to hope to dodge that one. Esper Control and Scape Shift can both be pretty meh. Heliod we wanted to target. So we were pretty spot on with our meta game predictions. We just didn't expect Dredge to be as popular. But we talked about Scape Shift. And we talked about Blue-White X Control. Five Jun Shadow, reppin' strong. Alright, let's see what's down here. We've got Sultai Vengevine, Red-White Winota, Red-White Boom Bust, the land destruction deck, Oops All Spells, Mono Green Titan, no idea what that's all about. Got some Grixis Shadows, Bant Infect, oh man, we go crazy down there. Prowess like 40% of the meta healthy. I mean, if you want to beat Prowess, just play Rogues, right? Let's see. Jonathan, did I ever get that ManaTraders partnership? I sent them an email about it, and they just gave me like one of the generic, if we decide to further it, we'll keep in touch emails back, and never heard anything past that. So I was like, all right. They don't want me. They don't want me. Not gonna worry about joining any of like the Discord, ManaTraders Discord stuff, like the streaming room or anything. If they decide to get us on feature, then they do. If not, then so be it. Alright, so we've been talking about Shardless Agent and Daze. I keep looking at the spot where Daze could be. Just like, I just need this. Give me a chance here. Mono Green Titan, it says, was a player that registered Amulet of Safekeeping instead of Amulet of Vigor. Hot. Hot. Third Fresh Prince, why you don't want me? God. You can't hit me in the feels like that on a Saturday morning. If that clip doesn't bring a tear to your eye, you're just an inhumane monster. How did this end up? Gave us these cards we don't want late. Avison, we're not really interested in. I think I want the swamp. I think I'd rather just have another forest. I've got like multiple black fetchables, multiple black fetch lands, and I only need like one black source. I'll be your Uncle Phil if you need me. I do after that. After Jonathan's over here like tugging on the heartstrings at 10:30 a.m. on a Saturday. Solar Realms heading out to lunch, but hope to be back later. Good luck with the games. Appreciate it. Thanks for stopping by and hanging out. Oh man, got 25 matches still going on. Like, I don't want to start a cube game because we've got 21 matches left, and it like just dropped 4 when I refreshed it, so I'm afraid it's gonna go by pretty quickly. Hell yeah, bring to light for Tybalt and Cube. This is what we call value, or bring to light for Golos. Bring to light for Omnath. We moderning up in here. Bring to light for Mox. I don't think you can bring to light for Mox. It says creature, instant, or sorcery. Bring to light for Wormcoil. There we go. Bring to light for a Hangerback. Easy. We've got so many lines. Bring to light, reshape into Mox. Now you're catching on. Or bring to light your Tinker and tinker your Mox Diamond into a Mox Ruby. Bring to light for Painful Truths. The real lines are showing up now. That's what we need in our life. Like, yeah, just refresh it again. We're down to 18 matches. They're going by pretty quickly, so probably don't have time for a cube match. But if you're curious about the list, I'll leave this here for a second. I'm going to go grab some water, and I'll be right back. Alright. You know that last game is going to be control versus control and take a half hour. So I went to our local F&M last night. And we had, like, our shop owner decided to do this, like, free draft night. Where, since they were opening up organized play back for the US, they decided to just do like a free Strixhaven draft for the first X number of people that showed up. So played in that, cool, whatever. Then they decided to fire Modern. So I didn't have any stuff on me and borrowed a friend's blue-red Prowess list. Yeah, Stormwing's a messed up Magic card. Should not be in the format. Also, I think I had, in 4 rounds, I think I had like 5 or 6 turn 3 wins. And the only reason I didn't have more is my 4th round opponent was playing Crabvine and hit multiple Creeping Chills each week. Easy win the tournament with a deck you never played? Yes. Yes, it was. First place, blue-red Prowess. Pretty bad. What did I beat up on? Beat up on like Amulet Titan, blue-red Prowess Mirror. The Crabvine. And this is the last one. Goblins. Not like normal goblins, like fecundity combo goblins, which I didn't even know was a thing. Game 1, he's going off with Skirk Prospectors and like a fecundity. And I'm over here like Googling to see if fecundity is legal in Modern, because I've never seen the card before. Turns out, yes, it is legal in Modern. Yes, Dirty Kitty. I'd never heard the name or the phrase Dirty Kitty before when referring to a Magic deck. So I just had like no idea what was going on. And then game 2 and 3, I saw like turn 3 kills both games. Like, oh, cool. Sorry. Alright, so in the standings right now, Doomwake's 2-0. Ben Jones is 2-0. Dito's 2-0. Iganti. Mana Symbol. Ghoul Ducat. Those are all the confirmed 2-0s that we know right now. In the 1-1s, X-Whale, Sanitotor that we just played, Ash Beef that we played round 1, helping our breakers. Doom Switch is 1-1. Staff Mats 1-1. Whole bunch of names I don't recognize. Yeah. And then obviously we've got 13 matches still going on. Blue-red Prowess does not give other decks time to mess around. It does not. That is for sure. Blue-red Prowess and Dredge are just scary to play against. I mean, it also comes down to like what your deck's trying to do. Like if you're playing Rogues, Lightning Bolt's a card you don't really want to see on the opposing side of the table. Or flipping into Lava Darts and enabling Bedlam Revelers and stuff. Is this day 2 of the yesterday tournament or a new one? This is the day 1 of the ManaTraders Swiss. And the top 8 players after today will play again in the top 8 tomorrow. So this is like all of the the Swiss rounds to get to that top 8 point. I wonder if they've got Prowess. If Kevin's playing in the ManaTraders, we can give him crap. Is there a there's not a ManaTraders stream, is there? Like a ManaTraders account? I know there's like a ManaTraders Twitch account, but I don't know if there's a dedicated ManaTraders stream account. Oh yeah, here it is. Never mind. We'll see what else is playing. What do we got? What do we got? Ooh, it's Mana Symbol. In the, yeah, so Mana Symbol is in the Discord chat at the moment. So, for anybody who doesn't know the deck Mana Symbol's been playing recently, it's a Dwarven Mind deck that wants to Indomitable Creativity into a new dragon out of Strixhaven. Let's see if we can find it real quick. Because if I try to pronounce it without looking at the name, we're gonna have a bad time. This one. Indomitable Creativities into Velomachus Lorehold. So when Velomachus attacks, you look at the top 7 cards of your library, you can cast an instant or sorcery with mana value equal to or less than its power without paying its mana cost. And you put everything else on the bottom. So the idea is to attack with your Velomachus, flip over into an extra turn spell, and just get to start going off with extra turn cards. Like here, he's just going to lightning bolt his opponent, time warp, get an extra turn, time warp again. But if you're playing against the deck in the future, one of the things to note is Indomitable Creativity. Is that the name of it? Indomitable Creativity. Yes. The Indomitable Creativity, the sorcery that polymorphs, does have multiple, or can have multiple targets. So if your plan is to like spot removal on a token, you do have to be able to kill all of them. So cards like Kozilek's Return are really good. But otherwise, if it's just like a normal polymorph card, the polymorph affects all target. So if you're able to like kill the token in response to the creativity, it fizzles. We played against Mana Symbol like 2 days ago. They could also just make a treasure off Prismari, right? Like they don't have to target a creature token off Dwarven Mind. They can hit a treasure off Prismari token because creativity is artifacts and or creatures. Good add-on, Freed. Used to watch his YouTube. We've rated him a few times. Super chill dude. Let's hear what they're saying.
If they gain infinite life, our goal is just to add 5 together more times than they were able to activate their spike counter.
kind of awkward, but it is what it is. I think the actual plan is to hope they don't have it by turn 3 or 4 and do.
Mana Symbol streams whenever spicy decks show up in the 5Os.
That's certainly the real.
Yeah, but he's like really taking a liking to this Indomitable Creativity deck, which is pretty cool. I think he's like the only person really playing it right now.
The all mountain mana base.
Yeah, it gets
So-
you sometimes.
Falling to 5 is really rough.
Keep and hope to draw a fetch land.
Yep.
This is like a really good hand if you draw a fetch, because you can fetch. Well, that's not what you want to draw, but
All right,
Yeah, well, then
come on, land.
Like before Savor the Moment
Yeah.
deck.
Okay.
well, that's not nothing. That at least fixes your colors.
Yep.
So now if you draw another fetch, you can probably get Sacred Foundry, or you could just play Ren, pick up the fetch, whichever one you think
Max's
is
hand
better.
is not great. It's probably just
Well-
got the combo in it. Is why this is
Yeah.
a keep. If there's no play before turn 3 and turn
Be
3,
holding up
you're
Growth Spiral.
pretty confident that there's a Spike Feeder in the hand, or at least a
Saves me from burning my play points on them.
Yeah, I agree. You just
I mean,
if you get comboed, so
if you find like the spicy 5-0 shadow list, we'll talk. But
Yep, this
chance to
is,
just die.
about what we expected. Yikes! That's
That's a whiff and a half.
coming into a gray ogre. That's not what
Yeah.
you want.
kind of
Okay.
I'm happy that you didn't get the Ren and 6 out there.
Like, you're assuming your opponent doesn't have a spike feeder in hand if they just
Fetch land like we were
didn't
talking
play
about.
one.
It'll fix all of the problems, and you have the creativity. So I think what you're supposed to do is probably just fetch. Probably for white, blue, red Triome if that's in the deck. I assume it is.
Yep, there it is. There's a Raugrim Triome.
Or Sacred Foundry. I
Looks
guess
like we're getting
bluffing
Teferi out
is-
this turn.
Fairy bounce Heliod.
Okay, that's also reasonable. Bounce the Heliod so you don't get killed.
Yeah.
Okay, that's good too. Yeah.
Miss on the Coco, that's what you deserve for playing Heliod. Alright, what is this twin creature we're talking about?
Really Get anywhere necessarily?
So now any fetch does the thing potentially.
Haste,
right?
create a token of copy non-token creature. That creature gains haste. At the beginning of the next step, exile it.
Right.
A player with
No
three
way.
cards play
This-
just needs a fetch or a dwarven mine.
There's no way this is actually
Get a land back pass
in the
and
set.
and that sets you up very well for next turn.
I
think
don't
this is
believe
also
you.
good.
Yeah.
The downside, I guess, is probably if your opponent has Path in their hand, which they're
No
actually very
way.
forward in, because of how skewed the matchup is based on one creature from your side, right?
Right. The entire game hinges on Velomachus coming down, or else probably the Heliod
I don't
will
believe
figure
it.
something out at some point. And you have to commit your entire turn to doing it, so the path trading for an entire turn can often turn the game into a tempo spot that's very profitable for the Heliod player.
So
Biggest card I've ever seen. I know. Like,
the Heliod player is attack, give your
don't even
or not your
begin
lifelink, and
to
try play
believe
Path
this
on the
one.
Spike Feeder, 'cause that
like
forces
you're
the
talking
action.
about a Splinter Twin card that is strictly better than Splinter Twin. Because you can just play it on turn 3 and combo off.
What's a logical explanation for this play? I guess is what I'm asking. Oh, I guess
Uh,
that forces your opponent to fetch, so you can play Walking Ballista to kill a token.
But there's a Ren and 6 in play that can get the fetch back for next turn to make another dwarf.
Alright, so
Yeah,
what's the
that's
plan here?
Kind of weird, wasn't it?
It's a little strange. I assume that there must be something in Max's hand that he wants to spend that 2 mana on.
Look legit.
But yeah, I mean, he could have played around single removal spell there. He could not have played around double removal spell.
Well,
All
I
right,
think
what do we
you're supposed
got?
to do in those spots is if you want to spend your 2 mana on something, is to just attack and pass and port one of their lands essentially,
Mhm.
or just attack, play your thing, say go. That forces a port on a single red source essentially.
Well, what Zach would be able to do is in response to the
So it's not looking bad for Mana Symbol here.
during attacks or whatever, he would have been able to bolt the Spike Beater and then bolt it again. So
he can make his token.
Best line was there.
He's got creativity into kill. Like maybe the best plan is
I don't know. It feels
Ren
like
back a
it's
fetch
weird
land
to force only one bolt out of your
to
opponent's hand,
fairy,
and then
bounce a
force
Heliod
two out.
again, and just like get
I
another
guess-
time walk.
Yeah, I don't know. It's kind of hard to figure out. But the other thing is, if Zach doesn't want to, okay, you're not doing anything. What if I just sit here for a while and try to set up the combo with Teferi instead? That will prison out all of your Path to Exiles.
Right, and I would say, given how Max has played this,
Like I'm assuming
likely that he does have.
if you're mana symbol and you want to go all in on the combo,
and
that like 7 mana is the safest point where you can like savor the moment plus indomitable creativity a token.
Love it. Just this is what you have to do in these spots. Don't assume your opponent is an NPC. They are a living, breathing human. There are reasons they did the thing they did. Try to figure out what that is, and if you think about it for a while, the most likely answer I think is just Path to Exile.
Right, and you see like leveraging these Teferis to keep forcing Max to pay 3 mana for stuff, and so yeah, this to me locks in the path in Max's hand to come down,
Get back or take Ren.
get rid of that Ren in 6, maybe.
Taking Ren looks really bad with this extra fetch land in hand.
You know what? This lightning bolt is actually excellent because you get to keep your defense grid. I'm going to call it a fairy defense grid here because it really is.
So, are you supposed to just lightning bolt the Skyclave apparition and block with the token? Like, I know you got the extra foothills so you can get another land, but...
Right.
And now...
So I guess it doesn't matter too much.
Creativity is going to work.
Remember, this was Zach's 5-card hand
with 1 land in it.
Yeah.
And mana symbol looks like he's in a pretty good position here.
Yeah, just fire it up. Let's see if the Lorehold Elder Dragon.
I don't know if this is live or if this is if this is recorded.
There's a look at the cards phase before you.
This has got to be recorded, right? Because it says only 1 match remaining in the round.
Look at the card.
And they're like 8 minutes in.
And I think we're just gonna have 4 turns of attacking with Velomachus Lorehold.
Paper tournament by me today. Someone's looking for Unravel the Aether. Should I troll them and say I only have Deglammers? Yes. Yes, you should.
Likely that this game, even if.
And then when they say, all right, I need the Deglammers, you just like rip them up in front of them and say you don't need this card.
And he does have the time walk in hand, yeah.
I mean, that's not the one you generally want to hardcast because it's so costly, but it does get in another hit, which is another look at 5 or what is it? 5 cards?
7 cards.
Is it 6?
7 cards.
Why is it 7 cards? Did they just randomly pick this?
Don't know why it's 7 cards.
They want you to get the reward.
This fell out of favor pretty fast. I mean, like, I feel like I've always been pretty adamantly in the camp that you just don't need the glamour effects. Like, I get they're really cool and feel good when you put a Heliod on the bottom of somebody's library or exile it or whatever, but, like, the win rates have been pretty solid without it. I feel like you just don't need the card.
Yeah,
8 cards that narrow, right.
It turns out when you don't have...
And, like, you always get the arguments of, oh, you just,
it's actually a really strong...
You just bottom a worm coil engine or something.
Yeah, I would always cast it in a moment here. I
feels bad.
think it's a question. Yeah, and the Prismari command gives you more looks at other things, and it's just great. And remember, the Lorehold Dragon has Vigilance, which is the key part of all of this. It wouldn't really work with Savor the Moment otherwise.
Yeah, the deck might not exist otherwise if the dragon...
One more extra turn card? Yeah, there's no Savor the Moment, and that's lethal.
And that's gonna do it.
That is, yeah, that's 5+5.
Well done, Zach.
That was a really impressive showing. But like I said, I think Heliod often is exploited by these.
All right. We've got one match finishing up in the ManaTraders, which, as Freed so astutely put, is probably a control mirror. So there's no real telling when that's going to end. Always enjoy watching Heliod get spanked. I mean, like, there's a reason that its meta share has fallen off so much, isn't there? Like, I don't have the link that Freed sent earlier, but Heliod was like the 8th most represented deck in the ManaTraders. Like, was not up at the top at all. Everyone has K returns or just doesn't care about infinite life. Pretty much, like, it's kind of what's a good way of putting it? It's definitely fallen out of favor because everybody's prepared for it. It's hard. It's very difficult to win with a deck in Modern if everybody's expecting it. Kozilek's return 12 ticks. Heck yeah. I'm telling you, like, if ManaTraders ever gets back and says, like, hey, we want you for a ManaTraders partnership, and I get to, like, sell off my collection, I'm going to be eating steak on stream all day for, like, a week. It gives you carpal tunnel when playing on MTGO. Gotta get the life. I gotta do the thing and click and move and do the thing and click and move and... Ramo, my local LGS is actually in the US. I live in a border town in Canada. They open up this week for FNM, but our border is still closed and no paper magic in Canada yet. All right, so we need to put Operation Free Ramo into effect. We're just gonna get a bunch of people to go up and storm the Canadian border. Like, let's be serious. If we get like a militia together and we storm the Canadian border, they'll probably apologize to us for, like, being so inconsiderate. Sell off your collection, but need to keep those Blightnings. Probably keep, like, some of the promo stuff, right? There's a few bits and pieces. A spec on these ephemerates, too. What was the John Candy movie? I have no idea. Your next match will start soon. I'm gonna need to narrow that down. Alright. Like, if we go to the Modern Horizons 2 spoilers and we sort by number, and we come down here to the blue, this is disapprove. There's a a spot right here in the blue spells between the A's and disapprove that I don't know, like a daze or something could go in. Giganti, how much time for the next match? It looks like 2 minutes. Oh, we're playing Mana Symbol. Oh man, we're playing Mana Symbol. Right after we get through with the watching him on feature. Matchup isn't his favorite without Stubbs. It is not. Like, extremely favored for Grixis. It's going to be a close one for this. Like, we need a good clock. Hummingbird coming in with the tier 1 sub. Thank you so much. Welcome to the subscribers. Enjoy access to all of our sweet custom Death Shadow emotes. Chat. Told him we were just watching his feature match. Alright, I think I'm gonna keep this. Just like decent clock. Get on the board, push pressure. Just join the party. A promise is a promise. Well, I appreciate it. Just trophied with rogues again. Nice. Very nice. Double Hex versus the Ren 6 deck. Well, the important part is we get to get a Hex Drinker attack in before Ren 6. Hopefully. I'm gonna bank on their... Am I gonna bank on it? No. We're gonna play it safe. Fairy creativity. So take it fairy, get another Hex Drinker down. So when I was gonna say play it safe there, I meant like if I played the Hex Drinker out and they had like a lightning bolt and just killed my Hex Drinker, I'm like dead in the water. Or not my Hex Drinker, my Scourge. If I played out Scourge and they had a lightning bolt, I'm dead in the water. If I don't play out the Scourge there, an Inquisition, like I've got something like a lightning bolt covered and I get to untap and try again. Now I'm like not dead in the water to a Teferi, but I really don't want to see a Teferi. But I'm feeling pretty okay at the moment. So we're going to show you this, and either you have the answer or you don't. Alright. So Kozilek's returns definitely coming in. Kroxa can come in. Want anything between Kolaghan's Command and Veil? Maybe K Command. We'll put this in like this awkward little I don't know yet. On the draw, Hex Drinker gets a lot worse. Confidant's a lot worse. Lava Man's a lot worse. It's probably fine. They said, bless you for no stubs. It's like a 7 that I just have to keep. Ooh. I think I have to ship this. I think I have to have hand disruption. Pretty okay draw. Don't veil me, please. I said please. I said the words. You'll go for the third for Dragon, counting on it not getting into play. Right, like I'm wanting to see the hand disruption and the removal on the draw. Really, like I don't have a ton of games in against the deck, so I'm also kind of testing the waters here. Seeing like what works, what doesn't work. Gonna go for this shadow here because of K command. Like it's got the highest upside if I get to untap with it. Can't Teferi off this, which is nice. Alright. Let's turn a shadow 2 here. Pass it back. Keeping up this fatal push for another token. Demand my shadow. Got it. I'd like you to not kill this shadow. The fairy would be pretty annoying. What's he doing with 5 mana? Velomachus or whatever is like 7. Does have the Teferi. Okay. Doesn't have the land. Let's go Forest to hand, play Shadow, pass. I'm just going to draw into this foothills. Like, I can't do anything on his turn anyway, so I'm just going to save the ability to, like, lower my life total as much as possible. I don't think he has any ways to get this shadow off the board. He's got like Aether Gust that can interact with... Oh wait, no, this thing just has haste. That's right. I need him to whiff. That's not a whiff. Alright. Go to game 3. Alright. Veil's like the big consideration post board. I guess we can bring in like a couple go for the throats on the play. Oh, the dragon's a 5/5, yeah, so Dismember kills it. Do I want Veil for Teferi? I feel like I probably do. Like, I need to be able to interact with Teferi on the stack. Like, it's not that I'm expecting to stop a counter. It's that I need to be able to not have them bounce my guy so I can kill the Teferi and be able to interact at instant speed. Is that worth it? I want some number of Hex Drinkers back on the play. Need a good turn one. All right. Need to find a way to enable a Scourge, but other than that, we've got good stuff. Take a Veil, say go. Boyf is a great draw. Holy crap, that's a good draw. That took the hand from like a 3 to like a 10. Alright, so Rogren Triumph was an unknown. So let's fire off Thoughtseize. Yep. Just savor the moment. Because of the hole, he can cast that thing. Alright, here's a Scourge. What would he be paying costs for there? This an Aether Gust. Okay. I can just veil this. Crap, I clicked through it. Oh man. 100% should have veiled that. I just clicked right through it. Now he's got the out, or he would have had the draw step anyway. But if he drew like an Indomitable Creativity this turn, he could have fetched for a dude Creativity and attacked and had a chance to win there. God. Oh, man. It doesn't matter, you're right, when it comes to his outs. Like, his out was drawing a Creativity that turn. And it wouldn't have mattered if he was at 5 life or 10 life if he drew the Creativity. So, yes, in hindsight, or realistically, it didn't matter. But from just an optimal play perspective, playing around something I might not know about, like if he had Teferi bounce a guy, draw into a path to exile, then all of a sudden it matters, right? Because now he's at 10. One of my Scourges got bounced, the other gets pathed. I don't have a clock anymore. He gets a couple extra draws. But we're assuming I don't click through it again, right? Like, Very possible. Have you seen me? Alright. So that was a rough one that I'm really glad to have behind me now. Not a matchup that I'm particularly wanting to see on any given weekday. So, Element. Why are we playing Go for the Third? Does the mana not support Terminate? Or is it just the difference is irrelevant enough to not be worth risking even low percentage of not having red? It's more about the fact that you want the spell against Prowess, and you're more likely to want to get basics. Like, I'm more likely wanting to get turn 1 Blood Crypt, turn 2 Basic Forest against Prowess, because that supports, like, Tarmogoyf, Assassin's Trophy. I don't spend a bunch of life doing it. But that is the prime reason. Say number 262 is Days. There's a 262 on here. That one? Days would be 268, wouldn't it? Yeah. If it's printed. These are all the reprints, right? Yeah. All these are reprints. So Days would be there if it's in the set. And then someone said Shardless Agent would be 292 if it's in the set. So I wonder if we can spec what some of these other ones are. Like a white card before Karmic Guide. White card before Karmic Guide. Mother of Runes. Please no. Can't be Palace Jailer, thank God. White card before Karmic Guide. Not sure. Have to come back to that one. Green card, that's a long list of things between Enchanter's Presence or Enchantress's Presence and Quirion Ranger. That could be just about anything. Cheap artifact. I'm assuming there's not a multicolored spell after Vindicate that you put in the set. That's the new Zurin Orb. Alright. A land after Mishra's Factory. I can see this being like actual Rishodon port. Not that I think we need it in Modern, but I could see it. N and Z artifact. Umezawa's Jite. Right there. Also be Skull Clamp. Strip Mine is my bet. I doubt they'd print Strip Mine into or Wasteland into the format with Ren after they've already had to ban Ren out of Legacy because of Wasteland. But hey, after all the reprints and new cards this set, what do I know about Wizards' design philosophy? Literal nothing. Eat Monarch out of Modern. Couldn't agree more. Especially Palace Jailer. Give Shadow Deck something. Like, the troubling part is, what do you give a Shadow Deck to be better off? Like, Daze is about the best thing you can give any shadow variant at the moment. And that's only going to be in Grixis. Grixis are like blue-black X. Submerge. Does Submerge do enough for us? Got Turok for the sideboard and split. The split second edict is a bit weird. I don't know why they felt like they needed to print a split second edict when they already have Liliana's Triumph that gets around Veil of Summer. Like, that one was kind of an odd printing to me. Well, Split Second is better, but I don't know why they felt like they needed a power creep edict. Or an edict effect. Like, what about a 2-mana edict says this isn't good enough? Yeah, like, it works for his counter spells and Veil of Summer and all that, but actually beats Bogles. I mean, are we talking about like beats them because they can't fetch to go get a Dryad Arbor? That's fair, but like, how much are you designing cards to beat Bogles? The Flame Rift. My hot take is I don't think Flame Rift is going to be good in Shadow decks. I know, super hot take. We should probably start picking up playsets of some of these confirmed spells to test. Is there anyone playing Bogles? We played against Bogles last week, I think. So, here's a question for you. Don't be stupid expensive. Don't be stupid expensive. Take a piece. Whatever. Question for you. Do you think with all of the like new white spells, the new white removal and whatnot, if we do have to go play a more value-oriented game to combat a lot of this cheap interaction that the other decks are getting, do we think it's going to be worth it to drop Lurrus as a companion and play more 2-for-1 spells? Just Titania. Don't even have any Titanias. Got it. Vindicate. Lost me. Is it worth it to drop Lurrus? We will see, won't we? Or Vindicates. 0.09. Playset of Vindicates it is. And I'll share a little bit more about my my thought there. We'll kind of have a mini brew session while we wait for our next round. All right. Let's see. Lurrus is strong. Sure. But if I got to play more 2-for-1s like Liliana of the Veil and spells like that to help combat my opponent getting to interact cheaply, like punish them for 2 for wanting me early, then that's something I would want to consider. Plus, like, Shardless Agent. Do I want spells like that? If Solitude becomes a real thing, we play 4-color Shadow with white for Faith Shield. Why would we not just play the same Shadow deck we've been playing and, like, throw Apostle's Blessing in there? Why do we want to mess up the mana for Faith Shield? Or are we doing this because Faith Shield is bugged and it's never going to get fixed? If that's the reasoning, I support it completely. Do I have any Apostle's Blessings? Do not. I have all my Apostle's Blessings. A lot of tribal decks gain Plague Engineer, right? Yes, they'll give us more bugged cards this set. You're not wrong. Oh, it's a common. No wonder I couldn't find them. Over here looking in the uncommons like, where are they? Snakeskin Veil. Pick up some of these random protection spells that I don't have. These. 0.002 ticks. Bring them on. And then Blossoming Defense. Already got that. Alright. So, we kind of had the discussion about, like, Solitude yesterday or 2 days ago. And I feel like people are under... how to phrase it? I feel like people are underestimating the impact that something like Solitude has on the deck. So it's not just about it being a removal spell. It's about it, like, making you put extra resources into getting another threat down. So you have to play another fetch land, which you might not have. If they hit a Goy for something early, you might not be able to play a Shadow or a Scourge or whatever your follow-up is. It stops your tempo, stops your clock, which plays poorly for you into other 1-for-1 removal, to fairy, anything like that. You have to overcommit to it, because unless you have a protection spell, you need a second threat out. You start playing into sweeper effects that you didn't have to previously. In decks like Grixis, you're often shutting off Stubborn Denials, shutting off Battle Rages, like some of our main ways, Stubborn Denial especially, main ways of interacting with what the control decks are doing, and you can't stub Solitude anyway. And like out of Grixis, you're not having 2 or 3 threat games, you're having 1, maybe 2 threat games. And like cutting that off is a pretty big deal. Like, it's definitely less impactful against like Jund, but it's still a pretty solid stopgap. Titan Shifted, thank you so much for the follow. Hope you're having an awesome Saturday so far. The real question is, do you pay 17 ticks for Nemesis Dazes now or 30 later? If they're at 17 now, that's close. I think like the second it gets confirmed, I'm snatching up Nemesis copies. But there's always the chance that they add days to in a higher quantity to the treasure chests. And so that could tank the price a bit. So I don't know. That's close. Best card spoiled so far: Prank, Sanctum Prelate, and Damn. Changed my mind. Damn's like the white-black sweeper, right? Like 2 black, destroy a creature. 2 black and 2 white, wrath the board. Sanctum Prelate is blend, modern, change my mind. I mean, it's like Sanctum Prelate's fine because you've got a lot of cards or a lot of decks that are just like relying on one CMC. Like if they played a prelate against us on Jun and named one, we're just like never killing anything again. That's pretty solid. Just lost against Dredge. He played Spirits. What? Like his name was Dredge and he was playing Spirits. What a douche indeed. Alright, so Doomwake and Ben Jones both lost last round. Dito won, so we're in the 3-0 bracket with Dito. Paigani won. I don't know what like 90% of the 3-0s are playing, but I'm assuming a whole bunch of Prowess. Is Recruiter a dud? I don't know what Recruiter pairs with in Modern right now that you like care a bunch about. Like, are you going Naya Recruiter in your Heliod deck, or then are you asking, is Recruiter better than like Eladamri's Call? I don't know if it's better than Eladamri's Call. Recruiter would be nuts in Soulcat Ephemerate decks. Sure. Like Recruiter for a Eternal Witness with an Ephemerate. Or Recruiter for a Soul Herder. Then bounce Recruiter, go get an Eternal Witness. Ephemerate to protect everything. That could be a thing. And they absolutely would get to play the Solitude card. You don't care about losing a 2-for-1 early if your whole deck is just about like getting 2-for-1s. Days is the balance the Force needs. Probably. Days is really coming? No idea yet. Like, we are purely going off. If you go to Mythic Spoiler and you check the set and you reorganize by number and you scroll all the way down here to the reprints, there's a spot here that Days fits in that hasn't been spoiled yet. So that's the only information anybody's got to go off of. If they tell you more, they're lying. Force of Will, could be. Could be Days, could be Force of Will. I'd prefer Days, but like, I would 100% prefer Days, because I don't want to have to pitch a blue card in Grixis for Force of Will. Won't days be good in blue-white too? Typically, control doesn't want days because you don't want to be picking up like one of your first or second lands in like your Cryptic Command Teferi Hero of Dominaria deck. Especially if you're leading on something like Celestial Colonnade. It's pretty rough there. But like in Grixis Shadow, you don't mind turn 1 like fetch, shock, Thoughtseize, pick up your shock land to counter something, turn 2, replay it, cast something else. And like, how interested are we? I guess pretty interested in like turn 1 fetch, shock, Thoughtseize. They fetch, shock, Veil of Summer, and we get to Days of Veil of Summer on turn 1. Back to basics would be super sweet. Can't be back to basics because the alphabetical order, there's no spot before counterspell. Like, I don't know if the format needs back to basics. I don't think it would be, like, problematic. I just think you already have a whole bunch of non-games and forced Blood Moon decks. I don't think you really need, like, more decks doing that. I don't know the ABDs, sorry. We'll forgive you this time. You guys like to crush... I'm not crushing your dreams. Them putting it in number order is crushing your dreams. I'm just pointing out that they put it in number order. Alright, so who's at 3-0? We've got Bill Helmuth, probably playing Prowess. We've got Electric Bob, Dido, Pygonti, Patsy. That's about all that I recognize. What's everyone's idea of what the free red spell could be? It could be a burn spell, couldn't it? Like 1 mana or evoke, exile a red spell, deal 4. How would that be too good? 2 cards to deal 4? Like 4 to a... Would it have to be 4 to any target, or would it be 4 to a face? Five unpreventable. I don't know if I'd go that far. Because then you're talking about like, yeah, I'm okay giving up my Goblin Guide if I get 5 damage off of it. But like 4, I feel like it's a reasonable number. You give up this plus another burn spell for 4 to the face for free. The Ragavan. Either make dudes or deal damage. I don't want another Pact of the Titan. Please, not another Pact of the Titan. My heart can't take it. Oh, did we see the new red Basking Rootwalla? Like, literally color-shifted Basking Rootwalla. Pretty funny. Got the madness and everything. Where's Ragavan? Alright. Deals combat damage to a player. Create a treasure token. Exile the top card of that player's library until end of turn you can cast the card. So, it is notable. Somebody pointed out to me last night that you do still have to follow color restrictions to cast the card. Like, you get the treasure token, which is nice. I don't know how good this is going to be, because, like, not being able to attack on turn 1 means that you are giving your opponent a chance to get a blocker out, remove it, whatever. If you're dashing it, you're already spending 2 mana to get it into play. Turn 2 Moon in mono red. You mean the deck that already had access to like 8 rituals?
Don't be afraid to borrow. Chord progressions, sounds,
Or like
little ditties.
Blood Moon that could already get turn 2'd off any mana dork, or Utopia Sprawl or whatever. Is this a replacement as 1-drop in Jund Shadow? Absolutely not. There is 0 chance I'm replacing Hex Drinker with Ragavan.
And that's one of the reasons why I can churn stuff out, is because I don't have a problem with reusing.
Can we still get strings? Let's see. If these cards are multicolored, then yes.
And I used to, because I thought it was not original, not creative.
I really don't want Baleful Strix in the format.
I am not original or creative. I can't make up a new thing.
Wish it was until end of next turn so you could peel a counterspell. I mean, if it was just like exile it indefinitely and you can play it whenever, like, that would be nuts.
So once you get over that, sounding good is easy. So just borrow. Basically, let's just copy it and just
292 is 100% Shardless Agent. I hope it is. Like, I want Shardless Agent in the format. But, like, when people are asking about 1-drops in Shadow,
generation of pretend.
what
It's kind of controversial.
Is it?
what is your 1-drop trying to accomplish for you?
Melodies. There's only so many different things you can do.
Yeah, you don't want to.
Because when I see, like,
Don't be blatant about it.
Ragavan, I see it as being it's a 1-drop that starts off the first turn or two the same as Hex Drinker. You're already really mana efficient. I don't think the treasure's doing a ton for you.
For what you've done.
It's matchup dependent. Like, if I'm seeing something off Ragavan that I want to cast, it's because it's better than something I have access to at that point in the curve. And if it's better than something I have access to, I'm assuming it's either like a mirror match and I want to cast a Scourge off of them, but then they likely have a bunch of removal and my Ragavan wasn't surviving anyway, or they're putting their own threat in front of it if they're on the play.
Same artist all the time.
And then the second part is it can't take over a game the way Hex Drinker can. Like, Hex Drinker's in the slot because against the control matchups, you get it down, level it up, and now they can't deal with it.
You know what?
And unless they have literally a Wrath effect, it's going to close out the game. Ragavan doesn't do that. Like, you're not going to sit there and pay 2 and dash Ragavan every turn that your opponent taps out and hope to finish things out. And and then like the red Delver. So best case scenario is you play the Delver on turn 1, then maybe like follow it up with a Bauble and Surveil. Turn 2, like Inquisition or Thoughtseize, bolt something, and now you've got a 4/4 or 3/3 dude on turn 2. You're swinging. That means you're not playing a Scourge or a Goyf on turn 2. Otherwise, you have a 1-drop, 1 mana 1/1, swings in on turn 2. You're playing a Goyf or Scourge. You're not triggering it. Now you're looking at like turn 3 to hopefully storm off. But like the 1-drop doesn't enable Battle Rage, doesn't enable Stubborn Denial out of Grixis. The name of the 1-drop is like Dragon's Rage Channeler. This one. Yeah, like we're definitely gonna test all of them. I'm not gonna sit here and say like, oh, a card doesn't deserve to be tested. That's the entire purpose of the channel, right? Is cause I got tired of people like theorizing that a card wasn't good enough or couldn't be played. And so I made the channel to say we're going to try everything. Like, yeah, we can sit here and say it's really bad in theory, but until we actually see how it plays out, we don't know. I mean, it's the same reason that we like are playing Scourge now. Like, I hate Scourge of the Skyclaves so ungodly much, but it's won enough games in testing that I feel it needs to be played in the deck. But if I'd never tested it, I wouldn't have played it. But I think at this theory crafting stage, we can't play the card yet, so we have to form opinions based on what we think it's going to look like. And that's kind of what we're doing right now. So like anything I'm saying is more of playing devil's advocate than anything. Like Surveil on a 1-drop, sure, sweet. But I don't want a 1-drop that's solely enabling other threats. That's why Hex Drinker's so good, is it enables Scourge. It also comes down and wins the game late. And I just don't think like Dragon's Rage Channeler comes down, or Ragavan comes down and ends the game if it's not your turn 1 play. Just played a few games with Ragavan with proxies. The mana advantage felt very good. Lava Dart felt bad. Checks out. Never really got to cast the spells with it. That's kind of my thought, is this we're just so mana efficient that we're not really doing anything if we take something off of them. Think you're a little one-minded on the subject. I'm thinking you're brewing. Yeah, like if you're planning on brewing, absolutely go brew. But this is a Death Shadow stream, so I'm always going to look at cards through Death Shadow tinted glasses. Does it being a monkey pirate alter your view? I don't know. I have to get back to you on that one. Like, I'm fine with theory crafting other decks. Just tell me that's the context. Because, like, if nobody tells me the context and they just say, what do you think of this card? I'm always going to give an opinion from the basis of, will it Death Shadow? But, like, if we're wanting to look at Dragon's Rage Channeler for like just a Grixis Tempo deck or something, yeah, card's really sweet. Like Dragon's Rage Channeler, Sprite Dragon Croxa, and maybe like Dreadhorde Arcanist pair really, really well together. Oh, I get to surveil, dig for my threats like Croxa. My Sprite Dragon's triggering for these non-creature spells. I'm flipping stuff into the yard off the top for Dreadhorde Arcanist. Like, that seems like a pretty sweet deck. Trying in the Luris Grixis Shell, so it allowing 3 mana on turn 2 allows the 2 mana threats and a disruptive spell, which felt good. That's fair. The Daze spot got spoiled. Let's see. I'm not showing anything yet. You got a link? People send it on a couple Discords. Oh, till we see a confirmation. Let's see. It can't be Sea Drake in that spot because this is an alphabetical issue. This is all alphabetical, right? Am I making this up? Card says 268. So why would it be there? Is our matchup up? It is. Crap. Alright, Bolivo. Alright, let's see. Bolivo. They sent me a private message just saying hi. I don't know if they haven't made the match yet or... Oh, it's me creating, that's why. So... Bolo... Oh. Alright, I won the die roll. I would love to play first. Opponent is on Rakdos Midrange. Croxes, Magmatic Channelers, Dark Confidant, Seasoned Pyromancers, the works. I need to dodge Blood Moons. Thoughtseize here. Try to save. Taking Dreadbore. Fatal Push off the top. Ugh. Didn't need that one. Not need a Dreadbore, or not need a Fatal Push off the top. Alright, so let's get Luris into hand. They can Magmatic Channeler here. Okay. Fatal Push and a Dreadbore. So I get Stomping Ground here because he cannot Dreadbore, Luris, and like Channeler into a Blood Moon next turn. All right. So best case scenario would be like I find removal spell for Channeler and can get down Shadow. All right. Go Lavamancer, Shadow, Dismember you, pass. And give me a whiff. Alright, we're 1000% going for it because I can't have this game continue on. Ha ha ha. Game 1 to the good guys. Alright, Crox's K commands are great. Veil of Summer is great. Spell Bomb's pretty necessary. I can't really let myself die to like a Croxa post board. Seasoned Pyromancer's a big concern. They've got 2 Engineered Explosives, a Terminate out of the board, 4 Kaya's Guiles. Why does everybody have to be this way? 4 Kaya's Guiles in the board. Off a Godless Shrine and a Triome. Alright. I have to bring in Kozilek's Return for Pyromancer. We'll say, like, cards I'm considering. I think I would actually rather have Battle Rage than, or like a Battle Rage than Kozilek's Return. No, they've got Magus of the Moon in the board as well. I have to like pick some axis somewhere that I'm probably not winning on. And like shave that. Just gonna be rough for us. 4 Kaya's Guiles in the board. Alright, I've seen worse. Yep. Ever forgot to reveal Luris? Absolutely. So, what am I getting off of this? Like, am I just getting forest and getting my basics down, or... I will get a basic forest for Tarmogoyf here. A little bit awkward with Kroxa, but I've got a bunch of extra lands. Yep. Discard Fatal Push Dreadbore. Well, I am dead as hell. I don't know how I'm dead as hell, but I'm dead as hell. This dude out here discarding Dreadbores and Fatal Pushes like it ain't no thing. It's like a Chandra. Got a Chandra Torch of Defiance in the board. Right? Yep. Yep. All right, so let's go. Fatal push you. Crack spell bomb. I've seen worse. Am I just double bolting this Chandra right now? So, one unknown in hand, draw for turn. Another unknown off Chandra. So I can play out the shadow, and if they Chandra minus, and I get to bolt myself, I get to grow the shadow and kill the Chandra with the second bolt. Is that better for me? It's 2 bolts, but I've got a shadow on board that's not dying to a lightning bolt the next turn. My shadow's bigger. Mainly doing this because I've got access to Luris. All right, opponent, I need one of your finest whiffs here. Kill you. Pass. Don't do anything and pass. That's fine. This. Play you. No removal. No removal. No! Alright. We got by removal.deck. Game 3. I think I'm just gonna go like full on aggro shadow plan. Like just hand disruption into threat, into kill something somewhere. Because, like, the realistic side of this is that they have 5 instant speed removal spells. I guess 9 if you count the Guiles. Guys, Guile, I hate you so much. If they didn't have the Guiles, they'd have 5 instant speed ways of killing a Shadow or like a big Scourge. And that would probably be fine. Like, I feel like I could probably play Battle Rage through that. Like, this is already a really rough matchup. So I think my best chance is to not get into a grind fest with them and just try to close the game out as quickly as I can. They've got no copies of Damnation in their 75. So, like, I don't have to worry about a sweeper effect. All right. If they don't... I was going to say if they don't play a 1-drop, am I bolting myself? I don't think so, just because they have so many decent 2-drops. Fetchland. Aha. Aha! Goyf. Like, next turn I could bolt myself and play double Shadow. Yep. This bolt double Shadow. Well, Goyf Shadow's not going to end up the way we want it to. The Juristin Squat, or Juristin Quatch? Give me a pronunciation here. Juristin Quatch? Quatch. Thank you so much for the follow. Hope you're having an awesome Saturday so far. Yeah. Like, 2 threats is good, but they've got so much 1-mana removal. Like, what I'm hoping is that maybe I can get, like, a Liliana Edict out of the way, bolt it, play a Goyf or something. Absolute worst. And that was the downside, is like playing these threats out as 2/2s just makes them dead to everything. Take a dread boar. Come on, magmatic channeler. Come on, magmatic channeler. Got him. Alright, so this is like our window here. We need to like find a fetch land or something. They need to brick. We need to find a land to be able to lure us plus shadow. I have to shock here. Oh, that feels so bad. Just like accept that I'm dead to double bolt. I'm dead, I'm dead. Third dread boar. Third dread boar. Oh man. Draw, we needed him to brick. Into Croxa.
Fresh is a great slogan. They managed to convince an entire continent, if not the globe, that eating a foot of bread was somehow good for you.
Yep. That's how it goes. How much removal do you want to play? OP, yes. The deck wins games against control by just jamming like Croxas and Blood Moons and stuff like that. That's like their entire game plan. Just removal deck. They just like never want to lose to anything that's playing creatures. And just figure out the rest as they go. Alright, so I think like our only possible out is another fatal push. Gives us a draw step. Yeah. Oh man. So, typically, if you take a match like that, some of the worst cards we can see on the shadow side are like things we don't want to see ever. Are like Seasoned Pyromancer, Croxa, Liliana of the Veil, removal spells, and they jam all those together. And then they go a step further by adding like Kaya's Guiles, EE, Terminate, whatever. So, like, that's a matchup that's basically going to be unwinnable for us. Every now and then we'll be able to cheese out an opponent playing that, but not worth it. it's kind of one of those things like I want to accept that people are going to play what they want to play, especially in big events. Like, I might not understand the deck choice, but it's not really up to me to understand it. It's up to them to feel comfortable registering their deck, right? What all have we seen so far? We've seen Amulet Titan, Boomer Jund, red-black mid-range there with 4 Kaya's Giles on the board. And mana symbols, Indomitable Creativity, Velomachus turns deck. We gotta update the record. 3-1. No. So sad. Like, my greedy opinion of it, and this is like me not trying to say anything negative about my opponent, because I don't think anything negative of my opponent. Like I said, they want to register the deck, they feel comfortable with the deck choice, absolutely register the deck. I don't understand why you would register it. Because, yes, it's really good in the mid-range matchups. There are no mid-range matchups in Modern right now. Like, as much as somebody wants to say Jund is relevant or something like that, it's not. I get that you get to play Blood Moon, so you get, like, the random lockout games against Titan or Tron or any of, like, the greedy 4 or 5 color decks. So that's an argument. But yeah, it just doesn't make sense to me. Beats up on Shadow and Prowess pretty well. Yeah, but like, Shadow's not a relevant part of the meta. Like, I wouldn't play around that one. I'm assuming you get wins against Amulet Titan with Blood Moon. But, like, I've seen a lot of Rakdos be played by, like, I don't know if Dogfish is in here. But, like, there's a lot of games that you don't win because you just don't have a clock. And that's, like, the deck's biggest weakness. And I feel like Modern's not a format where you can reliably, like, do well, especially in premier events where you're not, or where you're losing out on wins because you don't have a clock. But just waiting for the next rage quitter. Oh no, just waiting for the next rage quiter. Dogfish up in here. Yeah, we just played against Rakdos mid-range with every removal spell you can possibly imagine. And we were just talking about how, like, when I watch you play that deck, your losses come to just not having a clock, right? And so I just feel like it can't be a great meta call for a big event when you just have games that you lose because you're just sitting on a bunch of removal and your opponent's like playing Tron lands, even under a Blood Moon or something. But again, like, I'm not bashing on my opponent. If they think it's the deck they needed to sign up for, 100% support it. Give so many chances for your opponent to top deck. Right, like, we had draws there. Let's say they didn't have the Dreadbore for the Shadow that game. We probably could have won if we had if we had kept that shadow alive, but they top decked a Dreadbore. So it's situations like that where they give a lot of opportunities. Are we starting a Freed Mania Dogfish feud in the chat? Is it happening? Original... Wait, hold up. MTGO players only. In the MTGO constructed modern tournament practice room. They only want MTGO players. I love this original decks only. So, somebody tell me, why is there such a hatred towards net decking? Like, that's something I've never understood in Magic. Like, why do you have so many players that are just adamantly against copying deck lists? Like, maybe you've got friends who are against it, or you're personally against it. Just give me your thoughts and reasoning here, because I want to know. Beats me, net decking is amazing. People weirdly feel like it's cheating. Feel like it's cheating. So I guess, like, because you didn't come up with the idea... Just a free deck to be, or free thing to be salty about fucking net deckers. People don't understand what meta means. Like, I guess my opinion of it is when I copy somebody else's deck list or use it for inspiration, it's always the idea that they've passed like hours and hours by playing this deck, coming up with the numbers. Like, I'm respecting them by copying their list and saying, like, I haven't put in the time and effort that you have. I'm referring to your expertise on the matter. So... don't understand the logic, just passing it along. Is there a way to check the Swiss table as a spectator? I don't know. I'll bring up the ManaTraders stream. So we can at least like have something to watch over here. Where are you? I need to just follow the ManaTraders account. It'd be so much easier, right? Disappeared. There you are. So let's... Oh, I am followed.
Really? My first idea was in 1/4 of an hour.
Get a nice little Geico commercial here. All right. Let's see. Net decking haters are for brewers that just want to have fun, and that's fair. Like, if you just want to have fun in a game, then you can do that. You can just say like casual or something. Net decking is convoluted concept at this point. I mean, the ideas are around. Everyone shares ideas all the time, right? All right, this is a whole bunch of different sounds at once. Oh, this was me? Holy crap. I did not know this was me on feature match.
But here, of course, Tiago sees Veil of Summer, takes Veil of Summer.
How come nobody told me we were up on feature?
This is very good.
I don't believe you.
All right, fair enough.
I've never heard
Is the tournament still on? Yeah, we just finished round 4. We've got 9 rounds of Swiss.
Conditional. Ugh. No, just kidding here. We all know the truth. There's really no way to dress up Velomachus to make it not so bad.
So there's
Watching yourself get embarrassed.
graveyard for
Am I getting embarrassed on stream for like playing a 10% matchup?
You just need a.
It's kind of funny to watch though. Like y'all can't see it, but I get to see
3-4 would be a
myself over here the entire time. I also didn't know this was Thiago Saporito we were playing against.
All sorts of
What do you do about
all
that?
sorts of
That's pretty interesting.
Yeah, like
I didn't know what his Magic Online account was.
And there's that fatal bush. Fair enough.
Yeah, these Junk Shadow decks are a little light on creatures. Not as much since, they moved away from being Rakdos so they could play Tarmogoyfs and stuff like that. But sometimes you do have these games where you have a bunch of removal in hand and you haven't quite drawn a creature yet. The Death Shadow cannot be cast as it would be a 0/0 with a shock fetch.
Features on at least 5. This is like a 15-minute delay.
Yeah.
'Cause this is game 2, right?
Gonna see an attack here, but how important is it to get seasoned Pyromancer off the battlefield, if at all?
I think it depends.
It was such a Bolivo deck.
Pyromancer is
It was. Like the last time I played
in this
Tiago was at a GP.
spot.
And I was playing Grixis Shadow and he was playing Spirits.
How your
And
hand
it sucked. I won, but it sucked.
clock over a lot of bodies. So even though Death Shadow is going to wow.
Oh, hello. Hey there. How you doing?
Double red mana? Is this gonna be another play? Wow. Okay, that was a solid turn from Tiago there.
Wow, yeah. Using all the mana plus a little bit extra.
Solid play from Tiago.
So Control Freak
Yes, yes it was.
Like,
Everything?
all of this.
Yeah.
Like
Judge Shadow
today.
is a deck that it's really good at playing small games because its stuff is just bigger. It pokes holes in like whatever board you have and then kills you really quickly. But when Tiago is going wide like this, playing basically 4 creatures there over the first 4 turns with the 2 tokens and a planeswalker, you're really taxed to find a way to deal with all this stuff.
Well, 3 lightning bolts could help you deal with all this stuff, I guess. It's a lot there.
They're about to see me tank for like 12 minutes here.
Chandra.
Like, what do I do? Do I kill the Shadow or kill the Chandra? Do I play the Shadow?
Doesn't feel good.
But on the plus side, you can't. Tiago can only attack with the Seasoned Pyromancer and not the tokens because of the weird way Death Shadow works. Even if Death Shadow is a 2/2 and it blocks the Pyromancer, if the tokens also damage you, Shadow grows to a 4/4.
This is pretty hilarious to watch.
A hard creature to attack into that way.
Every deck is a net deck. People just add 8 cards and be like, it's my list.
If you
Fair.
play Shadow now, it's what, a 2/2?
Right.
And then assuming there's no removal.
But yeah, the Blood Moon effect is real. You can win a lot of games of Magic by just
And they'd have to
playing
and then put it in with the lightning bolt range. Can you
just
do it?
playing Blood Moon.
Yeah, that
Does that make sense? What I'm
works.
saying?
No, yeah, you're right. Because the Death Shadow would go to a 5/5, but at the same time, you're using a lightning bolt on yourself to not.
They're sitting here talking about whether or not we're gonna lightning bolt ourselves
How can you roll it
in
down?
response to like a Chandra down tick.
Because it starts at
5.
4 and pluses, and then it goes down -3 to deal 4 damage.
Right, and then when it would deal the 4 damage, though, it would be at 1 loyalty, and then the
Ooh.
bolt split.
Oh, did you
and
want to
bolt
kill?
yourself.
Oh, you want to use instead of using both
Yeah.
bolts on the Chandra, you want to use
Yeah.
a bolt on yourself and a bolt on the Chandra just to make Death Shadow.
Yeah.
bigger?
Yeah, I don't really know if that's better, but it gets Chandra like.
Looks like I'm over here falling asleep.
It's not really any different. I mean, I don't know. Other than your board is developed.
So the difference in that play is it makes Death Shadow bigger as opposed to this play. But the huge difference, I think, is if Tiago just has a removal spell like a Fatal Push in hand, He just gets to draw a card off Chandra.
Yeah.
That's fair. Yeah.
Yeah, like Fatal Push here would have been a disaster because now Chandra's like still.
They went over the exact line we were talking about. If
Makes total sense.
if he just had a removal spell, then playing Chandra or playing Shadow and hoping for the Chandra minus is just like worst play possible because he gets a free card off of it.
If you see one, I'm trying to field one off right now, so my arm's moving. So I'm jumping into my lap.
Is your black cat as powerful as Luris?
Pretty powerful, yeah.
Okay.
Pretty. He looks at me like.
Have I tried pronouncing the new red-black card? I have not.
Yeah, all of them.
How many matches are left this round?
Is at 5 here. And then
more tokens
Yeah.
from the Season Pyromancer.
more tokens here. And this is
Unfortunately,
really
not enough
rough.
mana to play the Death Shadow because the Luris is double black. So, if Luris
Yeah, this is game 2, and we get Liliana edicted right here.
Yeah.
Yeah, look at that.
Not what we really want to see at all, but
I'm so glad that fingers crossed got caught on camera.
You gotta try. It's all you can.
We lost on camera. I mean, I can't do much about that one. Who's the pilot you're against? You mentioned their name. Tiago Saporito. He's one of the Haruya Latin pros, I think.
taking out them K commands.
Let me see.
Yeah, it feels weird because all
I
those
don't know
tokens
where
came out.
right. I don't really know where the wheels fell off that game. It felt like it was kind of a combination of just like
You're wondering where the wheels fell off. Like,
problems. There
wheels
was
fell off pretty early.
I think it was a bunch of
not
stuff.
being able to. Yeah, it was. There was like a lot there.
And it's
that
also
kinda went
not
wrong.
completely like Control Freak's fault. Like Tiago's deck just did what it wanted to do. Like
Right.
Season Pyromancer getting 2 tokens.
Maybe he's not with Haruya Latin anymore.
So much
That
to deal
challenge,
with.
that Chandra turn was something.
You might want to consider a Team or Battle Rage just to try to kind of punk out a win over like a token block.
Right?
Yeah.
Maybe actually you're just
This is Tiago that we just played against.
you just need to go very quickly before they can.
Third place, Pro Tour Honolulu.
Tiago's deck is built.
8th at the World Magic Cup.
Yeah.
Bunch of GP top 8s, another Pro Tour top 8. Like,
Less Luris stays on the battlefield.
really solid player.
Doubtful.
A hell of a card, but
Do you mind pulling up his list, or is there somewhere I can look it up? I think I can pull it up if you just want to like rub salt in the wound.
Don't mind me.
it's Simon, right? Is that your cat's name?
It is Simon, yeah.
Yeah,
He's
gonna have to
marry guy.
see him if he has what it takes to be a competitor in Magic the Gathering tournaments without.
Honestly, I
Walker.
feel like he'd be so much better at it than me. He just has that kind of that.
So I can get you the list here.
Never
Like
has his,
this.
never has his son.
This is the main deck.
Wow.
So he's running like the full 4 Dreadbore in the main. 4 Fatal Push, 4 Season Pyromancer, 3 Croxa, 4 Channeler, 4 Blood Moon, which is something I said to you before. You need the 4 Blood Moon.
Anyway, to get away from dog people.
The 1 Confidant I really like.
Yeah, let's not rally them.
3 Inquisition, 4 Thoughtseize, 3 Lily,
Yeah, Stomping Ground. Like you, it gives you
and then had 4 Kaya's Guile in the board.
generally the worst land in your deck, the worst shock land in your deck.
I wonder what he took out, because he brought in...
These Starboys are
We
pretty
saw
good,
Colligan's Command.
so
We saw Chandra. I have to assume he brought in Kaya's Guile. So that's like 7 cards in. We saw Lightning Bolt post board, so maybe he cut like
Well, we got another Bloodstained Mire.
some amount of hand disruption.
no
And then I have no idea what after that.
You just gotta do it. You gotta make him answer it. Like it's like we said, this deck's not really.
What's the bolt count? 3 Lightning Bolt.
Long game, right? So
Chat calls out too. The Boltable Goyf. But hey, if
Making
this
fun of chat.
Goif gets bolted, the next one can't be.
Right. So not all is lost here for sure.
You got to make them have the bolt, right?
Plus, there's nothing like unless you're willing to fire off a lightning bolt just kind of at face, that still doesn't even make Goif bigger. So I think just playing out the Goif is correct because these death shadows cannot be cast right now.
Right.
Playing out the Goif is correct.
I think Control Freak may be considering firing off a lightning bolt on face to play a couple death shadows.
Damn straight he was.
And they would be what, a 1, 2, 3. The Storm Goif would be a 3, 4. No, I don't mean Death Shadow.
This is like another case where if we played Tarmogoyf and they had Fatal Push and like untap with Liliana or something, we were just screwed. If we played Double Shadow, like Fatal Push is the same as if we played whatever.
I don't mind this.
But we'd also be dead to Bolt. They just happen to have K command.
Draw fetch land next turn, you're taking a lot of damage. If you kill one, you know, you're gonna kill it anyway.
Right.
Yeah. What he said right there. If you kill one, you're gonna kill him anyway. Like
awkward for a card like Death Shadow.
Right.
But the worst part is just looking over and seeing your opponent with 5 cards in hand.
Develop his own stuff. Like maybe that gives him a window. Oof, that's rough.
Yeah, that's pretty bad. That's pretty bad. But I mean, if you're Tiago though, you're fine with it. I don't really see there's like as long as you're dealing with what's pressuring you, you can just sit back until you draw like the good stuff.
Like maybe we were supposed to play 1 shadow there and hold up the bolt on ourselves.
Hard because you can Thoughtseize now or you can put Luris in hand.
Yeah, it looks like we're just gonna deal with the Thoughtseize.
2 more spells.
That's rough to see, but what are you gonna do? Oh,
Missing Stubby D. I mean, always when there's like a removal deck, you want Stubborn Denial, but
yeah, definitely rough. It's definitely
at the same time, like if we had Gurmags and Shadows and just like Grixis, we wouldn't have had anywhere near 4 threats playable in hand. Like we wouldn't have even gotten to this point where we had a chance to top deck a threat.
Control Freak can draw. Is there anything Control Freak can draw to get him back in the game?
So any creature, just to take the lightning bolt out of Tiago's hand would be nice, and then you can. I think the only way Control Freak can get to this game is like by playing Luris over and over again, like and using its spells. But the only way to do that is if Tiago has no removal. So you gotta put Luris in the hand. You gotta draw a creature. You have to make them use their removal spell on it, and then.
So this was the turn. Like
that's a lot.
We needed him to whiff this turn and the next turn.
Is due to Luris.
I mean, at this point, this isn't the worst because even if now with that 4th land, you can play Luris and a Death Shadow, and so Tiago can only deal with the Luris at the moment. So
yeah, Death Shadow would be a 7/7.
Like I'm assuming he drew the Dreadbore that turn.
Even if Luris dies, oh well.
Yeah, I like this patience from Tiago. Just chooses not to use Lightning Bolt to see what the draw step is. Because K command would be a nice answer to Luris too.
Sure. That's unfortunate. Drew removals for both. Now Tiago's completely without threats, and they're both in top deck. Yeah, and cards in hand.
The classic Jund card to draw after your opponent empties their hand.
Always feels good.
So like passing with the Inquisition here, because if I find a threat, I want an Inquisition before playing my threat. It just gives my opponent the most possible draws at finding a removal spell to make this Inquisition live.
That's a yeah,
and it can come right back. So
yeah.
Control Freak can bolt Tiago in response, but loses 3 life. Might as well do it though, I think. Well, your best draw is Death Shadow. If you play out Death Shadow, you just die to the Crux trigger. So maybe it's just best to hold the Death Shadow. Try to draw Death Shadow in.
Him on 4 Guile would have been even worse for Grixis. Probably.
Draw Death Shadow, or is it remove? Okay, yeah.
Well, like Fatal Push is a draw that stops Croxa, but it's not a great one because Croxa just comes straight back onto the battlefield.
Well, even if you did draw Death Shadow,
4 Veil meta, like right now,
like
I don't think I would agree with that. Like, we just happen to see the most removal intensive matchup we could see, but this is definitely not representative of the meta.
Now, Tiago is gonna won't be able to swing with Crooks at this turn, but being able to bring it back and put Control Freak to 3 with
11 to 12 answers for Gurmag. Is that how many he's got?
Or just Crooks at
like 4 Dreadbore, 3 Liliana, 4 Kaya's Giles, 11. Then like double Bolt K command.
Deals at least, sometimes you miss, but this Hungry Titan coming for Control Freak. Unfortunately, Wood Foothills is not going to be the draw that he made.
Boo. All right, let's get the music going back. Also, why is it like 112 degrees in here? Turn on the fan. Apparently it's not 112, it's only like 83 in the house. Somebody turned off the AC. Alright. Well, we get to move on after that match, and I'm assuming I don't have the ManaTraders meta breakdown. I don't know if we still have the link to that, but any way to find it? I'm assuming there's not a whole lot of Rakdos mid-range in the room. Metaphorical room. I don't have the link off the top of my head. See, I wasn't able to catch the match, so good to see a bit of the replay. Would have been nice to dodge that match. Yeah, like, even though there are, like, Niv to Light decks in the room, I'd probably consider Rakdos, like, top 2 that I would want to dodge in a given event. Like, I think that's about as close, especially with the 4 Guiles in the board, about as close to, like, an unwinnable matchup as we can get. So, Dito's 4-0. Phil Helmuth, Patsy, Electric Bob, all 4-0. It looks like Ben Jones picked and Doomwake both picked up their second losses. So they're both 2-2. From the Crypt is 3-1. Mana Symbols 3-1. Who's our first round opponent? I think one of our opponents is 3-1, and I think the other two are 2-2. Pretty positive. Oh, man. Alright, we gotta play the Ice 9 special. Boros Land Destruction. Four Mana Tithe, 4 Boom Bust, 4 Lightning Bolt, 4 Cleansing Wildfire, 2 Lightning Helix, 4 Stone Rain, 3 Pillage, 2 Wrath of God, 4 Nahiri the Harbinger, 2 Chandra Torch of Defiance, 2 Chandra Acolyte of Flame, an Emrakul, a whole bunch of lands. Alright, let's do this. Winning the die roll is huge here. Yeah. We'll keep this. The Fatal Push is awkward, but we just need to get this Shadow down and online. Like, if we can get the Shadow down, we've got a reasonable choice, a reasonable chance. All the one-of matchups, time to go buy a lottery ticket. Possibly. Alright, so they're drawing into a snow-covered mountain. Second Fatal Push, not the greatest. Chandra Torch of Defiance. Okay. Altsies Inquisition. We're just going all in here, right? I mean, like, Lavamancer ourselves, Bolt ourselves, Double Shadow. Trying to, like, win the turn before a, what's it called? A Wrath of God. Let's get another Blood Crypt. Bad as that feels. You want to Mana Tithe this. Do not. Ah, we even get to play around Mana Tithe on our end. Yes. All right. This is what I got. They miss the land. Holy crap. Do I just want to get a basic here and add Luris? Yeah, I don't want to give them the out of, like, Helix Untapped Bolt or something like that. Like, if I'm in a really good spot, I don't want to just give my opponent, like, a free way of getting out of it. This almost has to be Helix, right? not? Yeah, it has to be. They don't have any Path to Exiles in their deck. Okay. Breed, exactly. Like, if I don't have to lose to double bolt there, then I certainly don't want to. Alright, so they've got 3 Relic of Progenitus, 2 Celestial Purge, 2 Goblin Ravelmaster, 3 Timely Reinforcements, 2 Anger of the Gods, 1 Boil, 1 Ajani Vengeant, 1 Chandra Awakened Inferno. So Relics and Purges would be my two top bring-ins. Maybe over like Chandra Acolyte of Flame and I don't know what else. Gave some Nahiris or something. Let's see. Now I'm bringing in Trophy. K Command's an option. The only creature in their deck is Ravelmaster, and I don't really care about Ravelmaster. Roxa, maybe? Roxa's like next best card. No Magus of the Tabernacle. So this is their list. Like, the only creatures are Emrakul and 2 Ravelmaster, unless you count the Timely Reinforcements. I think I'm just going with this. I do need to be a little bit careful about, like, Mana Tithe on the draw. All right. They kept 7. All right. Go with the Mana Tithe. Didn't think we'd get this far. Unless they were thinking about it. They could have been thinking about it. Alright, Shotgun Sacred Foundry. So, are we assuming Helix here? We're assuming Helix. I'm just going to attack with Lavamancer, play the Hex Drinker. Hold the Lavamancer. I want to just dismember this. No. Hex Drinker, hold up Bolt. They missed 3rd land again. Missed 3rd land and F6. Alright. so now Dismember can be a pump spell. We avoid the double tithe. Timely. Sure. Alright. So they missed third land drop last turn. Hit it this turn. So maybe there's a chance that, I guess I could have fetched Shocked and Dismembered to stop the life gain. I was probably supposed to do that, right? If they double block the Scourge. Right. Am I just not playing around a Wrath? I think so. I think I'm saying, like, you have to hit third land. If you brought in Anger of the Gods, I'm not playing around that. You've got to show me Anger of the Gods to make me respect Anger of the Gods. Oh, they did have the Helix. So punished. God. If they top deck the Helix, then I feel like my play was correct. If they had the Helix already, then they were ungodly patient with that thing. Like, kudos if they had the Helix and just didn't cast it. Stone Rain my forest, right? I need to find a land. Or that. I think I'm just getting down Armagoyf here. Get the clock going. What the new Swords to Plowshares is gonna feel like. I don't think it's gonna feel that bad. You have the Wrath, Nahiri, Chandra, Pillage. So Pillage plus Mana Tithe, right? There's the Wrath. So, like, the play into Helix thing there, I don't think it's correct to play around Helix because our opponent had chances to show us that they had one and didn't. So we were pretty safe in assuming they didn't have a Helix. If they top decked it, then it's just bad luck. So I think we're going to Inquisition for the information and scoop it up here. Yes, they just needed the 4th land pretty badly. They are keeping in Mana Tithe. We saw Timely Reinforcements. That was like the big board card. And they only run 2 Helix. Like, I still don't think it's wrong to not play around Helix. So we saw Chandra Torch of Defiance, Nahiri, Emrakul, we can assume still in the deck. We saw Bolt, Mana Tithe, Helix, Stone Rain, Wrath of God. Maybe they boarded out Cleansing Wildfires. If they didn't board out Relic, do we want to bring in Kroxa? On the play, I'm going to say yeah. Alright, decent 7. Not really. We do just have a clock. This would be like bottom tier of the keeps, right? It's like, I don't think we can undervalue the fact that we just have threats that can attack early. The timely reinforcements would feel really bad. Let's ditch Shadow. Just like a ways off of that. Timely, Nahiri. Okay. Can we find a second land? Second land. So close. Sacred Foundry's down. Stuck on one land, not really where you want to be against the land destruction deck. Maybe that was a reason to consider the first hand a bit more. But it's still, if we find second land, like, now, reasonable chance. Alright, so this is like the last turn that Inquisition would kind of be live. Triple Cascading Cataracts. And I think this is probably the last turn that we can reasonably draw a land and be like sort of okay, unless they just have a Stone Rain here. That was off the top. Alright. We're just gonna scoop this one up. Found the lands. That's pretty funny. Alright. So, that game 3 opening 7 was, what was it, like Peatland, Swamp, Hex Drinker, Shadow, Bolt. Maybe we were supposed to just keep that one. Like, if that hand sees a fetch land, we can get Shadow down pretty aggressively. I can go back and watch that like now, can't I? Let's see. Oh, way down. Oh, God, I hate how fast it skips through. This follows Kruger 7 and Duo Gang 89. Thank you all so much for the follows. Hope you're both having fantastic Saturdays so far. How many times am I going to click through this? Come on. Alright, so best case scenario would be draw a fetch land, right? So we'd have turn 1 Hex Drinker, turn 2 attack for 2, play second Hex Drinker. We're at 18. Let's say we draw the fetch land right there. We can fetch shock to 15, bolt ourselves down to 12, untap, attack for 4, they're down to 14, bolt ourselves again, we're down to 9, play a Shadow, we're down to 11 off the peatland, or we're down to 8 off the peatland, play a land, so they're at 14, we've got 2, 4, 9, potentially 10 power on board. We can level up Hex Drinker, make it 11, put them to 3. That would be like best case scenario of hitting the land right on turn 2. Otherwise, it's like Hex Drinker on 1, Hex Drinker plus a level on 2. They're at 18, we're at 18. Level up 1 Hex Drinker to 3. Attack. They're at 12, we're at 17. Which would have been really bad into that timely reinforcements that they had. That would have just gained them back up to 18 and put the 3 blockers on the board. So I still think this keep was fine. We've got a whole bunch of hand disruption to kind of tide us over. And if we found the second land in the first, like, 2 or 3 draws, then Hex Drinker into Tarmogoyf would have been fine to buy some time. Could have thought seized one Nahiri. If they Nahiri exile one of the other guys, we get to kill off the second Nahiri. Alright, let's check middle of game 2. Duo said we missed lethal, so probably did. Just want to double check. Kevin coming in with the raid right after we lose to red-white land destruction. Never gonna hear the end of that one. Thank you so much. Welcome everybody from Co-Diamond stream. All right. Let's see. This was. That's missed land. Ult ourselves to get Scourge online. Play Scourge. So this was the timely turn. Alright, so they're at 12. We fetch and shock down to 16, or down to 14. Battle Rage, or dismember our Hex Drinker. Or no, we can dismember our Scourge here safely. So fetch shock down to 14, dismember our Scourge, go to 10. They timely for their 3 guys. They don't gain any life. We untap. Doesn't matter what we draw because we're not lowering their life total. Unless it's Bolt. They would be at 12 right here with the 3 guys. We'd be at 10. Draw Scourge. So if we attack and they go block, they're at 12. Battle Rage is lethal. So yeah. Yep. Yeah, it's them not gaining the life part. Like, we had to win there and just punted. Because I wasn't even thinking about the life gain. I was thinking about the guys. I'm so used to not having my opponent with a lower life total than me that I just, like, forget that's an aspect of timely reinforcements. I just think about the making 3/1/1s. And, like, I didn't care about the 3/1/1s. I cared about the life in that situation. The Senators, it's not going too well here as well. So round 4, we played against just like Rakdos removal deck, and we took it to game 3 and like deep into game 3 and had a reasonable shot, and then just like missed out on our opponent whiffing a couple turns. And then round 3 was against, or round 5 was against red white land destruction, and we had to win game 2 and just like missed or forgot that a line of text existed on timely reinforcements. So they were able to gain 6 life while we had a Scourge of the Skyclaves out. So that was just a punt for forgetting what timely reinforcements does. Timely has a lot of text for us boomers. Right. Like, I used to play Timely in Jeskai Control, and I just don't think about it there because I'm used to playing it against decks like Burn, where you're always at a lower life total. And then with Shadow, I'm used to it being played against me, where I'm always at a higher life, or I'm always at a lower life total, and the life gain's just irrelevant. Went 2-3 and I'm done now. Oof. What'd you end up playing against? Like, for us, it's always in these big events, we play until we either win it all or get a third loss, whichever comes first. So we gotta turn it around here. It's 9 rounds of Swiss with 257 players. So we're probably out of top 8. But our last round opponent, not this past round, the round before, Thiago's 5-0. Our opponent from this last round's 4-1 now, so. The 4-color living in Shadow, Esper, Yawgmoth, Prowess. Oh, hell of a spread there. I'm looking to 5 both games, round 1, and then drew all of my pushes game 2 versus Control. Are you playing or were you playing Yorion Taxes, or not Taxes, Yorion Abzan today? Or were you playing a more traditional build? Looking at Cauldra Complete. Pretty cool. It was 3 separate equipment before, now it's all one. Let's see. I've been having to listen to chat all day tell me that Days can't be in the set now because apparently all the blue reprints are shown. +5/+5, first strike. There's the sword, helm. Oh yeah, there's the shield. Huh. That is pretty sick. Didn't notice that. I thought it was just like a big dude. I didn't think it was actually the Cauldra equipment. You look at the meta spread Bamzing made. There's one Abzan Yorion Stoneblade. Well, I did this thing where I didn't look at the meta breakdown that Bamzing made. I know. Terrible of me. How do I do such a thing? Let's see. Modern Magic. Not up. Is it on spikes? Know where he put it. Oh well. We're past it now. There were actually 2 Jund. Another one was Masochistic. I mean, I'm shocked there were 2 Junds. Like, that's at least like 1.5 more Junds than I expected. So, super excited about Cauldra Complete. What bad matchups does it improve for Abzan? Like, I actually don't know, so... There's 1 humans player. There's always that brave person. It's like, yeah, humans is good still. I'm telling you. Or it's the person that thinks that like everybody's taken away Plague Engineer. Like, yeah, nobody's running Plague Engineer. There hadn't been tribal decks in a while. This will be good. All right. Let's see what people are saying about Tin the Pest. What matchup should Tin the Pest be brought in when playing Jund Death Shadow? I recently saw Tin the Pest being run in many Jund Death Shadow lists on MTGO. I think the idea is to bring it in against decks like Burn or Prowess, who sometimes have trouble dealing with the wide board and or a lot of life gain, which Pest presents both. I also thought it might be a good inclusion for decks that have a lot of spot removal, like Drago control decks like Esper Control, which may be overrun by an army of tokens on their end step or in response to removal. Does anyone who played the deck more recently have a general idea of what matchups are good to sideboard into Tin the Pest and how the card should be removed, or how the card should be used? This person gets it. I'm gonna upvote you. Should we give them a breakdown? Is this what we're doing with our time between rounds? Hype them up a little reply. Exactly what Stoneblade needs to raise big mana. That's fair. Obviously, the big downside to Cauldron is the same as every equipment. They kill Stoneforge, it's stranded hand, and you're not getting to 7 mana. Right. But I get where Kevin's coming from, just like boarding it in against the decks that aren't going to be killing Stoneforge anyway. Alright. Great question. So, why can I not type today? I cannot type today to save my life. What's the 3-mana blue enchantment out of Prowess? Threads of Disloyalty. Is that spelling correctly? Bam. Comment. Alright. Shameless plug? Nah. I don't know, like a random comment. I'm not a big fan of the shameless plugs.
I've travelled all over the country talking about saving with Geico. Well, that's the important bit, isn't it?
Like, it always feels so tacky to, like, want to help somebody else, and then at the end of it be like, hey, by the way, if you want to see Tin the Pest get used, come check out my stream. I'd rather just give them the answer.
Geico. Save even more when you bundle home and car insurance.
Creeping Chill or Conflag.
Reg versus Tron.
3, 4, 5, 6, 7. Yeah, Conflag would do it. We have 7 hands in play, right?
Yeah, and yeah.
What about things I didn't want to see first thing in the morning or ever?
No.
You just blast zone away and Narcomoeba.
So I think that makes
The visual quality, that's really just an artifact of internet speeds. The tubes aren't really big enough to.
Also, why do we think he's not playing the other street corners? He's just like saving it in case of a blast zone or something.
this looks like an enormous walking ballista, probably.
Given the amount of time.
Hey, by the way, if you want to see the other person play Stoneforge Mystic and Modern, you'll find out why. What do you mean? You want to see the only other person? What am I missing here?
Of course, it clears this ink we didn't bother with very easily. It hit the creeping chill, so.
Oh. Wait, so maybe
Spoiler because it's bad.
you shoot twice, 8.
You're like gonna end up getting in a fist fight with Kevin if you get too many hot Stoneforge Mystic takes.
Wait, no, shoot twice, 9. 5. No, I only count 13, right?
You like to hurt
No,
me.
or you can compensate.
Nobody likes to hurt you. I'm just bitter that we're not getting days. I wanted one thing out of this set.
That's 19 damage.
It was days, and it's just been like ripped from me.
The walking ballista double strike attack is
Allegedly.
it's tough. It's a lot of damage.
Like, this makes no sense. Why do we need Sea Drake in Modern?
From Nicola Bliss, I don't think you can give away street
What
corners
on earth is this doing for us?
to do that, but didn't get on board quite quickly enough. The natural Tron.
Why is this a card that anybody felt like we needed to waste cardboard
So
on?
the Warping Whale.
Yeah,
I think it's actually the Warping Whale that decided the game, which obviously Luca knew was going to probably be good because all the best dredge start that way. And if you don't get, Cathartic Reunion or Throwing Discovered, you're probably fine anyways.
Got exactly the card I wanted, the Swords to Plowshares Evoke Dude, because I know it pisses Mike off. You're not wrong.
that is a drawback of the high level consistency of this.
The Landfall Enabler. And you're not wrong. All the potential of the set. And they just give us like endurance and days. You know, it would have been great. Make endurance a 4-4.
Probably in the London multi.
Turn 1, like, ditch an Assassin's Trophy to play a free 4-4 and have a, or no, I'd have to ephemerate it too. God, that card's just bad now. Gonna grab some food, have a good rest of the stream. I'm coming 7-2. I appreciate the optimism. God, words. Thanks so much for the raid again. Hope the food goes well. Appreciate the good wishes.
Well, if you're rolling them all in the first one, you're definitely rolling
Maybe they make it new days,
This one's actually so much worse than the first one.
like a color shifted days, or what if they just make days and give it a different name? I'll take that.
Well, the extra cards are they're basically Uno cards, right?
Like here's 2 mana Dazed and Confused.
Perhaps
Like if we want to get technical, there's still room up here for Daze.
perhaps a
Not in the
blue-eyed white
reprint
dragon
slot,
is
but
card.
hey, fine, fine.
Right.
Dazzle. Now we're cooking.
I think once you're on 4 cards, like you can't be really picky because now if you
Little
drop it,
Dazzle in Modern.
it becomes phenomenal. So like,
And that's all that really matters. Just draw steps,
oh,
But
right.
we gotta continue fighting on.
Okay, that plays.
We're not out of this yet.
Immediately kill that relic no matter what.
that's right.
Unless we just lose the next round, then we're out of this.
The secret lair ancient grudge.
The cute doggo trying to fight itself. This is a reflection.
Get Dazed, but you return a mountain.
That one.
So what if they like just color shifted it, made the card red,
That's cute as hell.
and called it Daze or Dazzle in this case?
But I think you. Yeah, I think you should cast it because suppose you just draw another one and a dredger. Oh wow! Or you could draw all complete nonsense.
Red Daze would be interesting. Like fetch up steam vents a lot more often.
And Lucas did miss
You
one.
cast a 1-drop, you just like fetch shock a steam vent, Salt Scour yourself, dazzle it, Daze but return a creature. Well, we already got I don't know why I'm snapping like I don't have a copy of the card right here. Familiar's Ruse. Counter and return a creature for 2 mana.
Needs some more tarnish seal.
Really good with Snapcaster loops.
Horizons too.
I'm not sure that one will you'll ever
This matchup seems over. I mean, who do you think wins? Because I can tell you who wins.
Ooh, scavenger grounds. That's
The results are already up.
You need one, and you know, low cost to get it because you do need the mana source as well.
Yeah, I remember this card. Very clearly
That's not a great one. Oh man. So for everybody hanging out, appreciate Why is it so hard to talk today?
This is like a
Appreciate y'all coming around and checking out the stream. We're just waiting for the next round of the ManaTraders Swiss to go on.
Like, Dredge having a fiddle state is pretty solid to me. I think that's good.
We've got currently 2 matches we're waiting on.
Biggest kick. Picking
So as soon as those wrap up, we'll be back on to some more action.
I don't know how to put it. It's really that's like a land. Sure. Boot to the head. If you remember that one. This reminds me of the scrappy games we used to see under the Vancouver Mulligan, where like both players are really not.
Bridge can't function without a green source.
You don't really see these games that often anymore.
I mean, maybe like this hand can't function without a green source. I feel like Dredge can do stuff off Cathartic Reunions and the other one, the new one. Cathartic Reunion, like alpha mode. What I'm gonna call the card from now on.
Scavenger grounds if you want to use it right here. But I think there's actually a real chance that Lucas doesn't even use it.
Can, but you still need a green source to keep loaming and have your engine going. Sure, but like in a matchup like this, I don't know if you can really afford to get an engine going.
You just hit a stop on the draw.
You kind of just need to like get a board and kill them, right?
Until the scavenger grounds. Otherwise, you just don't do it. Or I guess you could take this line, which is okay. I want to clear the way so I can probably tap out for like Karn, the Great Creator this turn, or Donald's here, or something.
Like if you're not on the board pressuring them, what are you doing?
Right.
Does Dredge even play like a blue source anymore to hard cast amalgams?
So this looks like Thought-Knot's here.
Is that something they've just like completely moved away from?
So basically Lucas has everything they need now. They have A way to cover the graveyard, B, an actual clock, C, the information that nothing really bad can really happen, you know?
Oh, the rainbow lands? Oh, you mean like gemstone mine?
If I were to stack the deck, I would make the
Guess that is
top card
technically
A
fair, right?
first. You can go after the relic. So you have to cycle the relic then. Then I would put a Cathartic Reunion.
And it got stretched a little, play new cathartic. Makes sense.
And go from there. So I think what's going to happen is Lucas will close this game fast, quickly.
Mine, City of Brass, Confluence.
That's
I mean, I guess when you've got like your 4 copies of Creeping Chill, taking a little bit of damage off your lands isn't the worst thing in the world.
That was unfortunate for Nikola. I don't think that's the exact pairing you're hoping for when you enter this tournament. If you play Dredge, I think you would much rather play against Prowess, generally speaking, especially in game 1. You basically saw how good Karn the Great Creator was in game 1. It basically won the game, even though it only got to
Oh man, 1 match to go.
single Grafdigger's Cave. So the Chalice for 2 was enough, and then the double Blast Zone to just preserve.
Jarvis has got a little bit of a clutter over here of magic cards. Need to clean that up some.
You got to do some of your stuff, but I'm going to just stave you off just long enough to
Thrilling Discovery gains life too. That's fair as well. One match to go. So our 5-0s. Dito's at 5-0. Phil Helmuth. Saporito that we played earlier. Bolivo on red-black mid-range. Lucas right there on Esper. Or not Esper. Lucas on Eldrazi-tron. Whole bunch of 4-0s lost their 4-1 or lost their 5-0 matches. So things are starting to shape up a little bit. There's 3, 6, 7, 8 5-0s right now. They win 2 more, they can they're pretty locked. So there's still an outside chance for us, but we definitely have to win out. I haven't really looked at what the prize support is for the ManaTraders. So top 16's $100. Not bad. All right. Come on. All right, last match finished. So let's see what we're up against. I need to create the match. I don't have my opponent yet. Should have my opponent in the next minute. All the living weapons in Modern Horizons 2 make Phyrexian germs, not regular germs. Let's see. This equipment enters the battlefield, create a 0/0 black Phyrexian germ token. Is there a difference, you think? Alright. Our opponent is Baron of Bacon on Is It Prowess. So Baron of Bacon on Is It Prowess. Pretty stock list for expressive iterations. Sideboard, 2 Relic, 2 Dispel, Flame Slash, Stern Dismissal. Only 2 Vapor Snags in the 75. 2 Threads of Disloyalty and 2 Seasoned Pyromancer in the board. They get the username dub. Alright, so this is very much a high upside shadow kind of keep. Stern is Vapor Snag that hits Heliod. Stern does not lose your opponent 1 life. Thank you very much. I don't know where you got your facts, but question them. By just taking mutagenic and double bolting their guys. Like, I get punished if they draw another mutagenic growth. Get super punished if they draw another mutagenic, but otherwise, I'm pretty okay. This could be like a pretty big giveaway that I've got a lightning bolt in hand. Ah, yes, the old play around it by not casting the spells. You love to see it. I'm gonna get him by not casting my my whatever. I could just take Dart, bolt the Soul Scar. I could take Dart, Thoughtseize the Soul Scar, or Thoughtseize the Sprite Dragon. I think I'm going to take Sprite Dragon, bolt the Soul Scar, and if they want to use both halves of this Lava Dart to save it, they're welcome to. So they're just going down to a wooded foothills in hand. Nothing on board, or Soul Scar on board, but I've got a backup lightning bolt. And they're making this shadow better. Yeah, I'm pretty okay with this. I think this is them like trying to read me as not having another removal spell. Of which I have several. One mana Stone Rain plus Raven's Crime. Sounds good when you put it that way, doesn't it? Like, yeah, this card could be playable. All right. So I think here I'm gonna hit them. I'm gonna hit them for 6. We're kind of in those like Mike Tyson feel them out rounds of the match. We're like, I want to hit them, but I don't want to go crazy with my life total and have them just like untap and burn the hell out of me. But like, I'm setting up for where next turn I can have Thoughtseize, clear the way, fetch shock, push this, attack, bolt them for lethal. And I like that. But I feel like 7 life with some removal is like an okay spot to be in here. All right, so let's go Thoughtseize. Like, they could absolutely have Bolt and we die. Lava Dart me. Just have double bolt. Alright. This in fact does not kill me. Let's push this. I'm gonna lightning bolt you. I'm gonna point a lightning bolt at your cranium. Eventually. Eventually, we're gonna lightning bolt. Bolt you in the face. You like to... Alright, we're doing this. If anyone wants us to do the thing, we're gonna do the thing. Alright. Prowess. Go for the throat. Trophies. Broxa. Board out. Hex Drinkers. Right here. Lavamancer. Confidant. Let's do it. We were in exactly 3 life. Missed opportunity for bolting our face. You mean we could have bolted our face and like made our shadow a 13/13 and then swung for lethal? Sometimes you just miss over the most obvious lines. Like if shadow's a 10/10 and I bolt myself, it grows to a 13/13. Then I just swing in for lethal. Like, what am I over here worrying about? There's Phyrexian on life when you need it. You're not wrong. All right, Baron, what you got? Hey, Drew, how's it going? We're currently 3-2. We punted a game we should have won against Red-White Land Destruction, which would have won us that match. And then we played against a Rakdos all removal deck. We didn't have a chance that one. And then our wins were like the God, why can I not think of the name of the card? Indomitable Creativity, Big Dragon Taking Turns deck, Amulet Titan, and Jund. What's my strategy approaching the blue-red Prowess matchup? Kill their shit. Pretty good strategy, I know. But no, if you want to get more specific, like, my strategy is make sure you have a hand with an answer to Stormwing entity. Like, if they chain a bunch of Stormwing entities, you're in a bad shape anyway, but try not to keep a hand without an answer to Stormwing. And that could be Thoughtseize, Go for the Throat, Assassin's Trophy, Lightning Bolt, something like that. You just have to deal with the first Stormwing. Other than that, it's being conservative with your life total until you can afford to turn it around. Because, like, you don't want to just be dead to, oh, I top deck Sprite Dragon, play Dragon, mutagenic, bolt you, lava dart you, flashback lava dart, you die. Yeah, Goyf is a really good threat in this matchup. Like Freed said, you don't have to take a bunch of damage off your lands or anything to play it. It's usually out of bolt range very quickly. Kind of eats up the ground a bit. And you're way more scared of, like, their flyers than you are of Soul Scar or Swift Spear for that matter. So, like, if you can kind of afford to keep your life total up a little bit and take a hit or two off of these to deal with, like, a Stormwing or to deal with a Sprite Dragon, try to do that. Do we need to do, like, the white-black shadow deck that splashes for Phyrexian Unlife, Angel's Grace, and Spoils of the Vault? They just, like, Angel's Grace, Spoils, name Shadow, and you always get a 12/12 Shadow? then they go to bolt you and you're like second Angel's Grace. And you're like, oh. Then you untap, you play your City of Brass. You tap it to cast your Battle Rage, and then with the Life Loss trigger on the stack, you Angel's Grace again, and they're like, oh. How it works. Telling you we're on to something. Somebody disconnected here. Like, I'm pretty okay taking a hit for 1 off of Soul Scar, but this is the payoff. Like, I want to kill this way more than I want to kill this. So, since they're tapped out, I'm just going to go ahead and take the opportunity to end that one's life. Now, am I just playing basic Swamp Goyf? I think that's fine. When I was picturing 5-color Shadow, that's not what I had in my head. But what you had in your head was wrong. If you're not playing whatever we just said, are you really playing Magic? Alright, so like my big concerns at this point are things like Threads of Disloyalty. I need to make sure I'm reasonably insulated against that. Another Soulscar Mage, sure. Alright, sure. Like, they could absolutely be bluffing a mutagenic growth there, and that's fine. So we'll get in with our Goyf. Just play Scourge off of what we got. I mean, we could be conservative and just play Scourge and pass. But I really don't want my Scourge dying to a Bolt. Close one. Like, worst case scenario would be they go Bolt, Scourge, Vapor Snag, Goyf, and crack in. Alright, what do you got? Like that awkward spot where they can absolutely kill me. But I kind of need to tap a little lower. Like, if I wanted to play really conservative, I could have just fetched up like a basic, go for the throat of one of the Soul Scars, and passed. That way, like, even if they had a follow-up, it's not the end of the world. Yep. I need them to not have a Vapor Snag. Okay. Heck yeah. That's what you like to see. So, what could they have in hand that they wouldn't cast there? Like, alright, so I think that Expressive Iteration put Soulscar into exile and put the Manamorphose into hand. That's my guess. So I think that they already had the Swift Spear. Or no, I think the Swift Spear was their draw for turn. I think they drew the Spire Bluff Canal off the Manamorphose. Which means what card would make sense for their last two? Like, some amount of burn that just doesn't let them attack through for lethal, maybe? By just attacking with Scourge? How much do you respect Teamer Battle Rage? Yep. And, like, unfortunately, this 100% gives away that I don't have Teamer Battle Rage. And I can't really do much about that. Like, if I had Teamer Battle Rage, I just kill them. Like, Battle Rage is lethal if I tap it off of Peatland, and then if they have, like, Mutagenic, I can fetch, and they lose life off Mutagenic, and yeah, they just die. So I feel like I'm in an okay spot here. Never mind. Scratch that. They discard Stormwing Mutagenic. So, like, we kind of had the read on the Mutagenic. So I can get Mountain, Sack Peatland, kill off something. Alright, Bolt's not bad. The good old, I think that now, never mind. It's like, I think that now I'm gonna, never mind. So. I shock Blood Crypt down to 10. Add Luris to my hand. Do I just pass? Like, I can attack with the Scourge And it forces a chump, because if they don't chump, they just die. But is it worth it when they've got these 2 tokens sitting out? Steam vents. So I know their next card is dead. If their one card is Vapor Snag, then I'm shocking to 10, attacking with Scourge, they're chumping with something. They untap, Vapor Snag, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 coming at me. I would go to 3. No. Why are you putting 2 tokens in front of this? Alright. So I can cast 1 spell, and I've got a bolt in response to a Prowess trigger. They must just, like, have another land in hand. And they just know... Well, no, if you did that, you'd block with the Seasoned Pyromancer. Playing around TBR. After I shock down to 10, Scourge being a 7/7 means the first strike tramples over for 5. They go to 8. Scourge becomes a 10/10. It's like they're dead to Battle Rage with that block anyway. Scourge is a very weird card. Yeah, I'm not sure what that block says to me. Just the Threads of Disloyalty. It is. Oh man, that's hilarious. Alright. You get to take my Goyf, sure. Your last card in hand's a Steam Vents that I don't care about. I can't kill them here, right? Like, I could take 4, go to 6, bolt them down to 10, untap Assassin's Trophy, the Threads. So I'm just gonna bolt Soul Scar here. Take 2. They don't have a dart in hand or the yard, and I know their last card is Steam Vents. Well, I could bolt Pyro Trophy the Threads, but then like the Scourge isn't lethal unless I draw another bolt. So I think I'd rather just like kill off one of the guys I know about here. Like I can also just attack, and if they block with Goyf, then I get to play Scourge, get back my Goyf. But I guess with the double block potential, it's better to just trophy this, get back Goyf, attack with Scourge, play Luris, get Bobble. Yep. Luris, Bobble, carry on. Serum Visions. Alright, so between Goyf and Scourge, they do have to chump something next turn. So if they, like, spend a mana on a removal spell for Luris, then I could just top deck a removal spell and win. So I kind of feel like they have to go for the token line this turn. Or their scries. Wrong one. One top, one bottom. I've got an extra draw coming off with this Luris. Fair enough, OP. Fair enough. Is it worth attacking with Luris to buffer your life total? I was at 8. It's probably fine, but I don't feel like I need to either. If they had like a dart in the yard or something like that, maybe I would consider it. But they would need to have something like a expressive iteration off the top into Stormwing plus Lightning Bolt, Bolt Scourge, or Bolt Luris, put another expressive iteration on top and see the nuts off that. Like, I think that's about the only way. It's free, I think, because Swift is 1/2 and they get 2 tokens and have to block Scourge Goyf. Well, they have to block 1 on the Scourge, right? And then they can double block the Luris. And like, yeah, I get 5 damage through, but trade off my Luris for a token and either 2 tokens or a token in a Swift Spear. And I don't know if I need to do that. They could also just like not block the Luris, right? I mean, I get to keep the Luris and I gain the 3 life, but they keep stuff on board. I don't know. It probably depends on what I draw off the bauble. Like if I draw another removal spell, I'm probably like 100% not attacking with Luris. But if I draw if I draw a removal spell, I am 100% attacking with Luris. If I don't, just have to play it by ear. So we're 4-2 now. Yes, we are 4-2 now. Monays versus Pygonti for coverage. Let's throw that up.
Jason, did you know Geico could save you hundreds on car insurance cards, and a whole lot more.
Cool.
So what are you waiting for? Michaela Maroney to get your freebie off the roof?
I'll get it.
I wonder if there's a better way to pause.
Whoa.
Yes, this is realistically how people get onto roofs.
Thank you, Michaela.
Dude, get it. I'm not getting it. You get it. You threw it. It's your frisbee.
Geico. Switch today and see all the ways you could save.
Cards for against a mid-rangey deck and can deal lethal damage given a couple of attacks.
Right.
All right.
So I think that's going to be pretty.
So
Sideboarding out a little of the speed looks like.
I'm
Monet's on Amulet.
reasoning of cutting
High on Niv Mizzet.
over Grazer.
No surprise there.
My instinct is Azusa's more important, but I haven't played Titan seriously in years. Like, I'm not gonna lie.
Yeah, I am not in a position where I will give too much judgment to people's sideboarding choices.
Need to swap my paper Titans out for the old border ones. The old border ones are pretty sweet. I played Amulet Titan last week at our LGS, and the guy I borrowed it from had old border.
I determined, like, oh no, something has taught me that this is wrong, but generally,
All right.
I trust.
We've got Amulet into
Card by accident. XD. Whoops. Well, that happens to the best of us. And this hand, this is an excellent.
I'm
hand.
guessing.
Yeah.
Turn 1 Amulet, turn 2 Bounce, Naked Tracker.
Can kind of play it out as you choose. Just having Amulet gives you all sorts of options.
Like, I'm assuming you play out the Naked Tracker when you have the backup tracker, right?
Turn 2 tracker, turn 3 tracker, make 1 clue. I mean, hard to argue with that one, you know?
Right.
Especially against a deck that's, like, a little unlikely to be interacting with you on turn 1.
I was scared
Turn
for
2 here.
float, but, I trusted Jose was going to float, but I was getting really scared.
You got to stack it right. In paper, you can just kind of say it. On Moto, if you kind of click the things in the wrong order or miss the floating, then
Red Boar, okay.
you're kind of out of luck.
Titan's good.
Paiganti mulligan to 5 again this game.
Yep.
So
Let's see. Nautilek, got a great appreciation for how much thought you put into your plays yesterday. But I played for the first time in a while and found that I couldn't put nearly that much thought in during a real game situation.
That
It
is brutal, though.
was Mari command. Dang.
Oh, gosh.
Well,
now the
it's
hope
like
is you do...
a lot of
You know what?
a lot of really weird, tiny decisions that like go into every match.
Name the card you fear.
More
likely to happen. So I'm
But
not
as soon as you start
for Jose's sake.
realizing what you do or don't have to consider, it shortens it quite a bit.
Okay, that's not as bad. There's a Summoner's Pact. We have redundancy.
Yep. And Dryad is actually kind of a neat draw for the turn afterwards. Obviously not this turn, but...
Yeah. How does this tournament work? Do you have to stream your matches? I don't have to. I'm just choosing to.
And Valakut down the...
Don't play your crew lands. I think the crew land was fine. Like, I don't think you're playing around Prismari command blowing up your Amulet. And you're just getting a 3-2 on the board. Like, yeah, your opponent had the double removal nut, but...
So the lands that you're getting, you're planning on untapping with no Titan in play. With the Dryad in hand, you definitely want to get that value.
Don't like playing naked trackers. I mean, when you have the backup tracker and you're in a in a matchup where you're not expecting just like ungodly amounts of removal, I think it's fine, right?
I think we're like 1 over that, right? Because we've got 4 mana from the Growth Chambers, 3 mana from the Dryad.
Like, I don't know. I don't think you can afford to go slow in this matchup.
After you play the Dryad, right?
Right.
Oh, no, never mind. I see. I
We
didn't
just have a
count.
little.
Yep. Okay.
So, gonna get a Valakut trigger to get...
All bad removal dot deck. Like, how many of their removal spells are 3 mana or like,
I hope this works.
what's it called?
Right, a removal spell on...
Ren and 6.
Not work.
Oh, no.
Like, this is probably just a Kaya's guile, and Pi had the absolute nuts here.
All right, that'll do it.
Well, I mean, the problem is if Pygonti draws a land, you know what happens? There will be a Primeval attack.
See, that's fair. I've been out of the format for a year, except for some streams, so I don't know what I need to consider at all. Right, like, once you start getting into a mindset of, like, what's important in individual matches, it becomes significantly easier to start lining up your plays.
Come down and draw a card. That's the worst turn. That's the weakest turn that Pygonti has, is Yorion come down, draw a card. Anything other than that is really bad for Jose. Untapped land is... Okay, looks like that's not happening this turn.
Wasn't playing around with Guile, or he would have gotten Colony Garden.
Or maybe Pygonti's trying to...
So he got...
Because if you spend all...
He got Valakut bounce. Or no, he got...
That's a good point. I don't know...
What did he get? Valakut Teleria West?
That you can, but I think in tight situations, you should not put your opponent on having...
It was a little awkward.
Post-board in this matchup. But...
Well,
do you find your opponent via website? So when I get my pairing for this one, it shows up here on the ManaTraders site, and it'll say, like, you're playing against so-and-so. Either I'm making the match or I'm joining the match that they make. And it'll give a link to their deck list because it's an open deck list tournament. So I can just go see what my opponent played.
And so keeping your grazer count high is helpful given what, you know, his curve was doing after board. There's a Summoner's Pact.
Yeah, so I think...
Yeah, no problem.
So you can double block the Titan, or you can use Dryad to make a Titan as well, which is kind of nice as well. And you can
This
also
is really good.
White from your Crumbling Vestige. Well, I guess all of your mana problems are set, you know, because of Dryad.
Yeah.
So never mind. Yeah, it's easy mode when all of your lands are Rainbow. It's much harder when you're...
There's no way he's got, like, a Fatal Push here, right?
If this is a Fatal Push, I'm going to lose it.
No way this is a Fatal Push.
I wouldn't blame you. Oh my god.
Oh, Duo Yang 89, thank you so much for the subscription. Welcome to the subscribers. Enjoy access to all of our awesome custom Death Shadow emotes. Appreciate the support.
I mean, it's literally just Fatal Push there, right?
God, that push was brutal.
Fatal Push versus you, I think, either.
Yeah.
So...
Only in trouble to exactly path or Fatal Push.
I can't say it was really wrong, but it certainly played out really poorly, right?
Bring the light.
About as hard as I've seen. That's certainly as hard as I've seen anybody punish for a decision.
There, just Valky make it a Titan.
That's about the worst that could have gone, unfortunately.
Pretty funny.
Does not render the decision incorrect, certainly. Just
God hand indeed. Like, 1 mana there. 1 mana there's rough.
I didn't count, but I think there's a chance you could end up with a Dryad in play after the Titan.
Boarding push is actually correct, but he has Stone Cold Nuts. Like, I don't know the counts on Pi's deck here. But with, like, Vanishing Verses, Trophies, Dreadbores, do you want removal that doesn't overlap? So, like, Fatal Push not hitting Titan, do you want that in your deck if it hits Dryad, doesn't hit Titan, or, like, Vanishing Verse, a Trophy hit both?
The more telling part of all of this is Paimonte Mulligan defied both games and really used every part of the Buffalo in those games, I would say.
Yeah, Unmoored Ego definitely came out to party game 1, but game 2, Pygonti really had to...
Seems like there's plenty of removal that you don't need. That's what I would think. But obviously, I don't play a ton of Amulet Titans, so I don't know for sure.
Yeah, that was brutal too. Yeah, well played by Pygonti for sure, and you know.
I need to build back into Amulet Titan. Started to like a while back and just never played much of it.
Yeah, and I think that at least.
All right, Free. Does Amulet Titan care about any of the new cards?
Play on. Looks like we've got a match ready to go. Let's head over to that. All right, a little more. Is it through the breach?
Not that I've seen. So you don't care about any of this new stuff.
Have multiple Niv Mizzet players doing really well.
Good to know.
So
no.
Get some of them on camera. Well suited to the meta that showed up.
All right, which one is this?
I have a soft
this
spot.
This is Sanso, so
because it was one of my modern
Niv Mizzets.
But
Sanso wins, so it's a Niv Mizzet 5-0.
Which obviously these decks are nowhere near that. But I don't know. You know, Breach Emrakul clearly a very, very powerful combination.
Yeah, when the
all right, let's see.
Meta is great for it. When there aren't a lot of ways that people are interacting with your 5-mana spell that puts the Titan into play, and they tend to have 6 or fewer permanents, and it puts them back into the Stone Age. You know, there are definitely spots where this is really powerful. There are matchups where it's not really good enough, but I also think
is the
such a gigantic pickup for this deck.
It's like a whole bunch of variations
like
of Amulet Titan. Are the
I think is really good. You really don't want to pay a card for Lotus Petal on average, but when it's Lotus Petal plus Shock, Lotus Petal.
What do you think's better right now, like the Elvish Reclaimer builds or?
Yeah. We see the patience here.
The Karn builds or just the straight up Titan builds.
In this matchup, he's not going to have to EOT it. He would much rather play his lands out as blue lands because Archmage's Charm is a lot more important.
Whoa. Well, at least now you get to play another island. Yep.
Yeah, but Miss Land Drop for the Niv Mizzet deck is
the last 5-0 list.
Well, I would guess Fernando probably
the North Lagos list.
Growth Sprawl, and I think that's
or this one has Reclaimers. Oh, your last 5-0 list.
Growth, right?
Let's see.
Because if you had Sprawl in your exactly, yeah.
I think probably this was a like fetch land abundant growth red in 6 and
yep.
Pretty defensible keep, but it has played out in a really unfortunate way where
where on earth is your last 5-0 list? Chris Dachi, thank you so much for the follow. Hope you're having an awesome Saturday. Last 5-0 list I'm seeing from you is like
these counters are insanely good in this matchup. So you have
August
and you can probably
Twitter.
Some of those Archmages.
All right, let's go to Twitter.
So I think he's really well set up. It doesn't look
like
it's but I think this is really the ideal situation.
Yeah, he would have loved to have made a land drop there so that he could also Archmage's Charm. But boy, drawing the Crypto is very good too. At some point, just gonna keep making land drops. Get your opponent to. I mean, Fernando's gonna be at about 6 permanents when an Emrakul comes down this game.
All right, this one.
Yeah, I don't know. If there was an advantage bar, thank God that we did away with that nonsense because it didn't really make that much sense. But if
all right, let's see
bar,
how far off we are.
Would just have eaten all of it by now, I think, in this game.
Yeah, we'd have broken the knob,
or at least only like 5%.
Need to find. Three matches still remaining. Cool. This is so exciting. We're getting like Amulet Titan debates in chat. Dork Throne had to do some chores for a bit. What was your second loss? It was red-white land destruction. And we should have won, but we punted. But it happens. The OG bogs. Which are the white bogs. Sure. Got breeding pool. Castle Garen breed. For anybody who's wondering, I'm only doing this because I've got 1.5 million play points. And so I don't have to spend like any ticks or anything on a Modern Horizons 2 when it drops. We'll just draft a ton. That's good enough that you can play 4 blank pieces of cardboard in your list. That's a bold claim. A real bold claim. I'm a big stickler for original printings of things when I can find them, so. Unless it's like a cool promo. A cool promo, I'll make an exception. Sunhome. Like the Velomachus promo over the OG. That's it. Let's see. Let's check out this Velomachus promo. Like this one. Holy crap, they're 10 ticks a piece. Oh, this one? How much are these ones? Like 0.2 more. Eh, we'll stick to the original until we decide to upgrade. Upgrade. Yeah. This looks more like a volcano. It does look more like a volcano. I'll give you that one. I don't even know if I'm spelling Selesnya right. I'll play these colors. Right, so I need a couple Radiant Fountains. Already got Misties. Pretty sure I've got Ghost Quarter. Like slowly working. Yeah, I got Ghost Quarter. Working around the edges. Stick Repeal. It's like the artifact enchantment somewhere. Top, bottom, something. This is Run Afoul. Is this? There's one match still going in the Swiss. Or in this round, so. I guess that's pretty good for Sprite Dragon and Stormwing Entity, isn't it? Sage. It's Prowess, Velomachus, Emrakul. Playing around Velomachus now, is that the plan? Do like the promo Rex Sage. I'm gonna have to get like a bunch of random OG things, and I'll go back later and get more expensive versions if I stick with the deck. How much are the Primeval Titan promos? Oh yeah, they're like a tick left and they're cooler. Yeah. That's a win-win as far as I'm concerned. Or Boreal Grazer. Gargle, the best explorer. I'm telling you, I gotta get games in with it. And then I can go back and say, like, you know what? I don't know what the heck I'm doing. Always love the OG Azusa. Got Dismembers. Amulet of Vigor. Their time looking like still one match going on. That's Anklets. The Leaping Grove. Oh, I'm scared to know what the price difference is. 7.98 versus 3.85. Yep. So what am I missing? Cavern of Souls. Force of Vigor. Bunch of caverns. Caverns where I'm gonna have to sell off some random stuff. So Vigor. Get the forces in before time. Force of Vigor's 15 ticks. Holy. Go to. Wait. Alright, let's submit. There's just 2 Force of Vigors, 2 Cavern of Souls. So we'll pick those up at some point. Still waiting on the last match of this round. Sideboard 1 Death Shadow and call it Shadow Titan. Be our mascot. I am so down. I'm pretty sure you said that we could just put 4 random pieces of cardboard in there and win. So if we just put 4 shadows in, that'd be a thing. You can play some different stuff instead of forcing if there's a certain budget. There's not really a budget, just like I don't want to spend a whole bunch of ticks and whatever on a deck that like I haven't really gotten a lot of games in with. But I'm fine with, what was it, 60 ticks to get everything but 4 cards and then like decide on the last few. Because it's only 12, 50, 60, 70, 80, 65-ish ticks to finish the deck. I've got all these play points that I got to burn through when Modern Horizons 2 drops. Like, what I'll probably do is just a whole bunch of Modern Horizons 2, like, drafts and sealed and whatever. Sell off anything that I think's overpriced. Use that. I can buy into the rest of Titan. I'm certainly not planning on skipping out on the good cards. As somebody who's played Shadow as much as I have, I know how much one or two cards being in the deck or not can really affect win rates. And it's definitely a lot of personal opinion or arguments, because, like, I could say I would have lost a lot of matches that that I ended up winning because of Hex Drinker. And everyone always asks, like, well, what's a replacement for Hex Drinker? I don't have Hex Drinkers. Like, well, you can play something else there, but you're accepting that there's, like, a lot of games that Hex Drinker would have won you that Knight of the Ebon Legion or Narnum Renegade or Swiftspear doesn't. As long as you're okay with that, then by all means. Oh, baby. We've got Musasabi on blue-black Inverter. This is going to be a fun one. Musasabi on Inverter. Not up yet. One Hex Drinker is 30 in paper. I think I got 4 for 20 when they first came out. Yeah, when I got mine online, they were like 5 or 6 ticks a piece, and then they spiked up to like 30 something. Make sure we're joining. Yes. Opponent is making. We are joining. Ashbeef was our round 1 opponent. Musasabi. Missed it. No. We've not missed it. Still waiting. Eventually, Musasabi will create the match. We'll be on with our day. Just have to, like, continually scroll down just to double check. One other person playing Inverter, but I'm sure they just net decked his list. I don't want an Inverter copycat. I want the Inverter guy. we're gonna beat it or beat Inverter. We're gonna do it against the best of the best that Inverter has to offer. Don't want no net decking Inverter player. Am I right? Nope, 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 nope. Nope, 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 nope. When is Inverter Shadow? Maybe that's what we need to do after Modern Horizons. Like, we just accept that we can't beat Solitude, and so we throw in 4 inverters. There you are. Throw in 4 inverters and 4 Bass's Oracles, Jaces. Just call it a day. All right. Usasabi wins the die roll. Not great for us. His hand's okay. He's got in the main 4 Fatal Push, a Drown in the Lock, 3 Archmage's Charms. I think I'm just getting down Hex Drinker here. Like, I could Thoughtseize, but I feel like I'd rather just wait a turn or two. My dumbass just realized that Solitude and Modern can really fuck us up. It's alright. Okay. Minimal amounts of FS up, yeah. So Lesnar the 4th. Lesnar 4, thank you so much for the follow. Hope you're having an awesome Saturday. If I'm correcting or incorrectly pronunciating your name, please yell at me in chat. Oh, disappearing. I want to see my opponent's deck. The old value Thassa's Oracle, A. So, am I goifing here? I say yeah. All's good. Sweet. Doing it right. Alright, what are your scries? Scry bottom. Am I going for Thoughtseize? Don't hate Thoughtseize here. Alright. So do I just want to take Snapcaster, level up Hex Drinker? Do I want to take Cling, level up Hex Drinker? I'm gonna take Cling. Mainly because if I don't and they just cling like my Thoughtseize, they draw a card and they get a free block on my Tarmogoyf if they want it. I kind of want to push through a bit of damage. We're gonna make them like blind draw a Archmage's Charm here. They blind draw it, we're pretty dead. But what do you think about Dress Down? The enchantment with flash makes all creatures lose abilities until end of turn. I hate that the answer to the free things is 2 mana. I guess that's my issue with it. Like, he gives these free evoke creatures, and then you just make the answer to the free evoke creatures 2 mana. And, yeah. So you're leveled up. Play a Seal of Fire, see if they want to, like, try to remand this or something. Dress Down does kill Scourge, yes. Alright. Let's... Man is gone, Island's gone. Find another Cling to Dust. They have put Serum Visions. Cast Scourge and Sago. Opponent has got no main board copies of Damnation. So that's our saving grace here. They need to have like a way to exile their yard and Inverter and Oracle. Snap Serum. Okay. They scryed top bottom off that last Serum, so they're drawing into a card they know about here. It's got to be like an answer spell to the Scourge because they know about Seal of Fire. But they already played a land for turn. They've got 4 Fatal Push. So, I know that they have to use a Fatal Push here to live. Which gives me kind of free reign to, like, go to combat, make them Fatal Push, hit them for 9, Thoughtseize one of their remaining 3 cards, and then, like, throw some extra levels into Hex Drinker. So I think we were in a good spot to win that game regardless. All right, so Veil's great, Croxa's great. Nihil Spellbomb is pretty decent for the fact that it allows us to stop them from Inverter and Thassa's Oracle in subsequent turns. So it puts them off a turn from comboing. Let's see. But it all comes down to how much I want to give up. I know I don't want Battle Rage. Don't want Seal of Fire or Lavamancer. So 4 push, 1 drown, 3 Archmage's Charm. Their board, they've got a Relic of Progenitus, 2 Aether Gust, 2 Collective Brutality, 2 Go for the Throat, 3 Spreading Seas, 3 Mystical Dispute, 2 Sedgemoor Witch. I like a command. But don't bring in that. Like that. I want to keep a couple pushes because they're just extra outs to like them playing inverters and swinging. Like, I don't want all of them, but I want some number. All right, Serum Scries. Top, bottom. Get a X drinker down, say go. Looted Delta. They scried second land to the top. This serum sees got a hard scry decision here. One top, one bottom. And you've got the fatal push. All right. So I think the additional threat means I'm just jamming Scourge here. Like, now that I've drawn the shadow, I'm just going to get this down. Good old Tassiger. Okay. Let's tack in, see how bad you want to block. Go. You discard 2 to you. Scourge grows up big and strong past Tassiger. Scourge been drinking his vitamins. Archmage's Charm to draw 2. Alright. That's a good sign for us. Especially when they miss 4th land. So he's got no Wrath effects in the 75. So we're going all in here. Scourge taking his Flintstone vitamins. Alright, so we do not have a fetch land or a shock land to get off this Bloodstained Mire. But since we do just have this Blood Crypt, that's pretty good as well. Down goes Inverter. Down goes Inverter. Alright. 5 and 2. Update. So we've got 2 more rounds of Swiss after this. 5 and 2. Should be 6 and 1, but we punted against the red-white land destruction deck. But it happens. The moment when Bolt Yourself would deal more damage. It's kind of the fun part of Shadow sometimes, right? Any idea what record makes top 8? It's probably going to be X and O, X and 1, and then like maybe 1 or 2 X and 2s. That's my guess. But all we can really do is play out our matches and go from there. 36 matches. Play a match of our cube draft. It's been sitting around over here waiting. How many players? We've got 257. But we are definitely, as Freed said earlier, in the need of a good lottery ticket, because we are 100% hitting all of like the one-ofs in the tournament. Like hitting Inverter, hitting the Velomachus deck, hitting the Rakdos mid-range player. I'd love to play first. I'd love to keep this. Three X2s according to the calculator. There you go. Alright, so how quickly can we bring to light? This is like turn 3 bring to light for Valky, right? Opponent moles to 6. We can go turn 1, Utopia Sprawl our forest. Make white. Pass a turn. Ooh, there's the land we needed. Alright, so turn 2. Gilded Goose. Make a food. Just going tap Blood Crypt. They go. Why not play Druid? I didn't want to sack the forest with the Utopia Sprawl, and I don't have a lot of black sources, and I'm not running a black basic. So I kind of wanted to keep this Blood Crypt around. Witherbloom command. Sure. Like, now I don't care about the forest, but it doesn't matter because I'm just hard casting a Bring to Light anyway. The blue. Let's see. Black, red, blue, green, so white. Black, red, blue, green. And we'll go get a Valky. Tybalt Cosmic Imposter. Yeah. Magic. We're doing it. We're doing it. He's got an answer for this Tybalt, like 100%. Yeah. Okay. So, Painful Truths. Green. We'll just make a food. I'm definitely not complaining about how that played out. Like, we're about to get their worm coil engine. Want to make me sack my Gilded Goose? You can have my Springbloom Dryad. I don't care about that thing now. Make a food. Make them sack Liliana. Is that better? Play a worm coil. One, two, three, 4, 5, 6. Here's a worm coil. Go ahead. Did get some good hits off of it. Can't complain there. You got it. You got it, boss. Still got 27 matches remaining of the ManaTraders, so not a whole lot to do while that's going on. So let's go. I'm just gonna attack at them. Sack Liliana. Yeah, I've got this. Red, black. Overgrown Tomb. Out of the relic. Go ahead. Do need a second white source. Red white stone is 5/1. Like red white stone blade or with this knight we can sack some random land for planes. Thundermaw Hellkite. Thundermaw Hell. The land destruction deck. Is it really? That's awesome. Alright. Play you. Sack you. Go and get planes. Unexpectedly absent this thing for... Yes. Go away. Exalted a worm coil. Alright, opponent. What you got? Land destruction deck we faced that we should have won against, but God knows I don't know what timely reinforcements does. How bad do I want to ephemerate here? Like all their targeted removal, if we just get to blink something, is that just a blowout? Elspeth looks pretty good. Yeah. We back to Titan. We back to bring to lighting for Valky and Vintage Cube. Avacyn is nice, but I feel like I want to like tap out on the turns that I would have Avacyn. Like I think they're gonna have a really tough time just like dealing with us playing Magic. We've already got so many like 2-for-1 threats in our deck. I guess we'll keep it. It's on the slower side, but we're like a white source off of Knight of the Reliquary, which just puts us like a sack off a blue source for Omnath. There's our white source right on time. So you... Turn 2, we can explore, put in Overgrown Tomb. If we find a blue source, we could just Omnath on turn 3. I'd be down for that. Blue source. So next turn we've got Talisman into Knight, and the turn after we've got Worm Coil. I love how viewership dropped like 40 people right after we had to jump into Vintage Cube between rounds. People are not fans of the Cube. Spring Bloom. I have a basic island in here. I do. So we're probably Spring Blooming here. You. Spring Bloom. Back our planes. One forest. I like watching cube drafts more than actual matches. One of those weirdos, right? They have a Valky. Oh no. Oh no, we're gonna get something Valky'd. That's so bad for us. Vivian, Monsters Advocate. To the top card of your library, anytime you cast creature spells from the top of your library, create a 3/3 beast, vigilance, reach, or trample counter on it. Cast your next creature, search your library for a creature with lesser CMC, put it on the battlefield. They get to search for a 1-drop off Valky if they cast it. Alright, well that answers a Valky. I'm gonna go this gentleman. Seem more interested than slamming haymakers into each other. They seem more interesting than slamming haymakers. You're not wrong. Like, it's weird. I'm like not even that highly interested in limited, but the cubes are just kind of fun. Valor the Legend, how's it going? We are currently in between rounds of the ManaTraders Swiss. There's like 14 matches going on, so we're playing a match of cube draft between. All right, this Valky. Yep, it's like Valky take Omnath, I guess. I have a newbie question about counter magic. Do you mind if I ask it? Absolutely, go ahead. Let's hear it. Guess I'm just getting my Omnath back. All roads seem awkward against this Vivian, though. Do I need to just exile the Vivian so he can't keep making 3/3s? Like, I attack with Worm Coil, they double block, Maelstrom Pulse the tokens. That didn't really get me anywhere, so I think I'm just going to hit the Valky. I'm going to vote for this one. That one. Alright, let's see. How do you stop someone who just slams 5,000 counter spells? You ask them to shuffle their deck unassisted, because 5,000 counter spells would mean that you'd have to be running like another 5,000 lands And that deck would be tall. See. But usually if a deck is playing like nothing but counter spells, some of the best ways to interact are, like Nautilus said, saving until you can double spell, assuming that like your spells are equally costed-ish to their counter spells. Getting a threat down aggressively, like getting something under a counter spell, then you can pressure them, and they can't really interact if they're having to counter stuff. Any sort of source is a card advantage. So like spells that let you draw extra cards or discard spells. Got it. Valky, God of Lies. Three, 4, 5, 6, 7. Alright, so let's go attack at Onyx, attack at Vivian. Like, they're going to be able to Maelstrom Pulse these tokens away anyway, if they want to. But I might as well get some stuff off the board. Alright, so let's go Omnath, red, blue, green, white. Huh. Bring Omnath into Valky. That seems pretty alright. Omnath into Tybalt, I should say. I get to do the thing. I can exile their library, but that's not really doing anything for me. Am I just exiling a dude? No, we'll just take the extra cards. Like, I'm assuming they have to Maelstrom Pulse the Tybalt anyway. Let's see. Just say screw commander, problem solved. You feel like one of each basic is the way to go in Jund Shadow. Does Swiftspirit instead of Hex Drinker change anything? I would only run the basic mountain if you're running Kroxa. If you're not running Kroxa, don't run the basic mountain. Scoop with his counter on the stack, or on the stack. Don't give him the satisfaction of his spell resolving. That'll tilt them, and you'll really come out the winner. Oh man. Battle Display. I love this card. Imrith Shieldbreaker is like one of my favorite cube cards. Pulse the Valky. Yep. I will block that thing all day long. Ooh. Ooh. Get a land for turn, trigger Nomnath. Only permanent mana value 2 or less. Eh. Get your -3, -1. Just playing a really big hanger back here. What does this thing do? Let's see. What's the command do? Mills 3 gets a land back. Destroy a non-creature, non-land permanent. CMC 2 or less. Give a creature -3, -1, or target opponent loses 2 life and you gain 2 life. I really put it in the deck to, like, destroy mana rocks. But I might end up, like, getting back a Marsh Flats here. Wait, I was playing Xyrus, but I took out most of the wheels to make it friendlier. And your opponents are just playing mono counter spells. You need to get less friendly. Two lanes and ban counter spells. Are you not playing in like a pod of 4? Or are you playing 1v1? It's like if you're playing with a pod, this guy like shouldn't be able to just target you, right? Like, what's the third person doing during all of this? Third person was life gain. So, like, he just wasn't countering anything out of this life gain opponent. Alright, you've got a Yawgmoth. Why I don't like EDH, too much politics and people ganging up on one person. I only like hard CEDH games. Like, I want everybody to be trying to win the game on turn 1. But then you get into the whole theory of like playing board position or a turn order, and not a lot of people want to get that in depth when it comes to EDH. See, need your help. When I try to put my data in Excel, it goes constantly back to the date. When I try to put my date in Excel, or when I try to put my results in Excel, it constantly goes back to the date. What do you mean, like, you have a screenshot or anything? They can sack a dude and put a -1/-1 counter on this, but like the knight's not doing anything anyway. Good draw. That's a Hornet Queen. That's a bunch of tokens. Send me a screenshot. All right, I'll check it in a second. Kill one, sure. Casualties of war. Ugh. Boom. Let's do this. All right, let's see what trouble you're having. What are you typing in that that box? Are you typing like 2-1 or yeah, 1-2? Yeah, that's just your computer thinking you're trying to enter a date there. So what you're probably going to have to do is divide it into two separate columns. Like do a first column of wins and put the 1, and a second column of losses and put the 2. Oh no, we're not going to get to finish our match here. What did they do to my Hornet Queen? Oh, Thundermaw Hellkite. Yeah, you got this one. Gross opponent indeed. Fortunately, we're not going to have time to finish because of our next ManaTraders match starting. We'll play until it does. And it's terrible. And it's terrible. And is not great either, but yeah. All right, do we have an opponent yet? Now we do. We've got to, unfortunately, concede our match to our opponent. Not that we were in a great position anyway, but we've got more important things to do. So, Olivetti. Create. Opponent's on, is it Prowess? All right. What do their flex spots look like? 2 Dispel, 2 Spell Pierce, a Stern Dismissal, 1 Bedlam Reveler. They've got no Seasoned Pyromancers, no Threads of Disloyalty. Main deck's the exact same as last match. 2 Relic, a Soul Guide Lantern, 2 Braid. So all we care about post board is like maybe the Relics, the 2 Dispels, the 2 Spell Pierces, and Bedlam Reveler. go eat, take a nap, come back to you still being on track for 7-2. I gotta do what I gotta do, and apparently what I gotta do is play against Prowess a bunch. So we did play against Moose's Sabi on blue-black Inverter, and I thought that matchup was going to give me a heart attack. Ain't no rest for the shadows. No rest for the wicked. Alright. Eventually, we're going to get an opponent. Maybe one of the Olivetti namesake. Maybe. Musasabi always has the coolest decks. He does have some pretty sweet ones. Mana Symbol helping your breakers. He's on coverage 5-1. That's what I need. I need those little boosts here and there. Alright, blue-red Prowess. Blue-red Prowess. I'll keep it. Worst case scenario, I've got Luris in the hand. But like I've got answers to a 1-drop, an answer to a Stormwing, another piece of disruption. So like if I find a threat, the hand's pretty solid. Helping my breakers too. Oh, did you lose to Mana Symbol? His deck's sweet. Like, alright, so opponent mulligan to 6. Really good against our triple hand disruption hand. Alright, what do we got? Go ahead and bobble them. Try to inform this hand disruption a little bit. Turns out just tapping out for a 5/5 dragon is good against me. Who would have guessed? Like, I don't know why you don't have outs to Velomachus in your deck. Could have planned that better. Where's your dismembers at? Where are your go for the throats? Probably over there with some vanishing verses like, ah, this card's good. Opponent trying to decide if they want to force a will or bobble and let it go through the Mad Lads. Go ahead and get a Blood Crypt. Get the Inquisition train a-rollin'. Bright Dragon Bolt Vapor Stack. Take the dude. Alright. Ah. We've got the perfect information about their hand. What I'm probably going to do is Inquisition, plan on taking the Opt, and then Thoughtseize the Vapors, or not the Vapor Snag, the Manamorphose. I don't think I want to fire off this Bauble just yet. Opt. Sees the Morphos. Maybe they go for a bolt on my face. Huh? Got to be a little careful here with priority, because if they do decide to fetch shock bolt me in the face, I do want to bobble them in response, or like before this Thoughtseize resolves, so I can inform the Thoughtseize a little bit better. We'll see if it comes up. Eventually, we'll see if it comes up. I wonder if it's lagging on my end. Might have to like restart Moto after this match. You know what would be a good draw deck? A Goyf. You're correct. Goyf would be a good draw. What is it Spike always says? Like, you know, it'd be a really good draw is like a 3-mana value creature, and then adds Lurrus to their hand. It's like, oh my god, I hit it. Can you believe it? Take a Morphos. Say go. Bauble sees mutagenic. Got it. Always on top. Come on, opponent, please. Why are we cheering for opponent? Supposed to be cheering for me. Unless you're Kevin, and like Kevin won't cheer for me regardless. Alright, so what I'll probably do is just basic forest, add Lurrus to hand. Yeah, their clock is showing going down, but occasionally you'll have like lag issues on your end where it won't keep up, and it'll show your opponent dropping down. Alright. I guess, deck. You say so. Thanks, deck. I say it for the slow play. Gotcha. Gotcha. We're on the same page now. So opponent could have let my Goyf stick around in case they hit a Stormwing entity. Then they could have mutagenic my growth and played the Stormwing, but apparently that's not what we're going for. Yeah, they're gonna bolt me regardless, so let's just go ahead and get the bolt out of hand. Bolt and mutagenic, I mean. Don't bolt me. I'll just take the bolt. How goes the games? so far not bad. We're 5-2, I think. 5-2 sounds right. Looks like we've got a decent chance of winning this game. We still got game 2 and 3, but it's off to a good start. Dork throwing Mike, he's our man. He can't make a 0-0 shadow. No one can. He can't make a 13-13 shadow. No one can. All right, so the last card in hand that we know about is Mutagenic Growth and an unknown for turn. Iteration's pretty good. Hopefully they don't find a Vapor Snag. Off a dart, okay. That's got to be Stormwing Entity, right? That's about the only reason I can come up with to just fire off. Or no, they put the dart into exile. So they put a card in the hand, which is probably a Stormwing Entity. That would make sense. Would, in fact, make sense. Or if it's a Sprite Dragon, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. So like a bolt off the top would kill us. Ugh. Please be a Stormwing Entity. Never thought I'd hear myself say those words. Like, please, opponent, just have a Stormwing Entity. So if it's a Sprite Dragon, we die to a bolt off the top. If it's a Stormwing, probably hurt them pretty badly. If they flashback dart, it's Stormwing. Yeah. You got it. So here, important to note, if they Mutagenic Growth, it grows the Scourge as well. Or just do that. Guess that's fine. We go for the Battle Rage win here. Yes. Yes, we do. Hiya. Are we thinking their last card is Vapor Snag? Like, what if I just say okay to this? It's got to be Vapor Snag, right? Which I'm okay with, because that means that if I don't use the Battle Rage, if they bounce the Scourge, I just get to replay it, bolt the Stormwing like on their upkeep or whenever. Because they've got to cast both Vapor Snag and Mutagenic. Or no, they've got to cast Mutagenic to save Stormwing. Ugh. Alright. So what I need to do is if they cast Mutagenic on the Stormwing, I go to Teamer Battle Rage the Goyf. And then if they cast a Vapor Snag on the Goyf to save the Stormwing, I bolt them, and that's lethal. Got it. Got it. So there's mutagenic growth. Here's Tamer Battle Rage on our Goyf. If they don't do anything, like, I'm just winning anyway. But yeah, this played around like them Vapor snagging Scourge or something like that. So, good line, me. Alright, trophies coming in. Croxa coming in. Go for the Throats coming in. Hex Shrinkers coming out. Lavamancer coming out. Confidant coming out. Again, opponent likely board ends are Bedlam Reveler, some amount of 1-mana counterspell between Dispel and Spell Pierce. They have 2 of each. And maybe Relic of Progenitus. That's upwards of 3 to 7 cards. Which I'd say 7 feels like a pretty high amount to be boarding out, so try to kind of keep an eye on it. This like ranges anywhere from okay to terrible, right? So if we've got turn 2 Goyf, turn 2 Croxa. This hand's like 1 removal spell away from being nuts, right? But I just don't know if 4 creatures is enough to get there. That's so close. I think I'm supposed to ship it. Heavy rewarded, by the way. Bottom U. Heavy rewarded. Full scar on 1. Good at this game. Alright, let's get Blood Crypt Inquisition. Take a Swift Spear. There you go. This hand does in fact have everything. Pretty pleased with this one. Right to the bottom with Opt, found the second land. A bunch of ops. We opt for an opt. Go ahead. Kill this in case he drew like a Dispel before he finds a third land. Try to the top, draw into it. Okay. Am I just playing Scourge? Yeah. It's like the most obvious bolt in the history of bolts. That's what we got. Bright Dragon? Heck yeah. Want to attack with it too? Heck yeah, you do. Alright, so if I go for the bolt and the mutagenic growths, I just bolt upstairs. I think I'm okay with him firing off the mutagenic here. Like it grows the Sprite Dragon by 1, grows the Scourge by 2. Seal of Fire. You know what kills a Sprite Dragon on 2? Seal of Fire. You know what I don't think you have an answer to? Seal of Fire. All right. Another Sprite Dragon. Nope. Something, something, Desperation Morphos time. He's got a Stern Dismissal and 2 Vapor Snags as his only way of getting Scourge off the board. Think it really matters. So if I thought sees the opt, he has to draw into another dart or bolt to kill me. If I thought sees the dart, he gets the opt. So yeah, we're just gonna play this out. I don't think Croxa does enough. Like, he has to hit bolt effect to kill me. Ooh. Ooh. Oh, man. Bottom off the Stormwing. Am I missing? Oh, he doesn't have an opt. He just has Lava Dart. Yep. All right. What you got? Uh-huh. Ha 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 ha. All right, 6 and 2. Tournament would be looking really great right now if we had a hadn't have punted away that red-white land destruction match. Playing Shadow's blocker better than discarding the dart there. Depends if we think the 1 point of burn is going to matter. Like, I'm kind of the impression there that any point of burn that I can prevent is a good point of burn I'm preventing. So we got one more round of Swiss. We'll see where we're at after this round. Like I said, I'm pretty positive we're dead for top 8. But we should still be live for top 16. And if Mana Symbol's doing good, it's at least helping our breakers. Well, ManaTraders, not Mana Symbol.
I have a convenience store delivery.
They might be two in the same at the moment.
Just put it there.
What matchups did we lose to? We lost to Red-Black Midrange, and we lost to Red-White Land Destruction. We punted the Land Destruction deck. We had the win and just, like, forgot about timely reinforcements gaining life. And then the Red-Black removal deck, or Red-Black Midrange, is just like removal dot deck, and we had some good games. We almost got them down to the wire and just couldn't.
Afforded to not need to make them have it.
All right, let's see what they're saying here.
Yeah.
Chooses to go with Time Warp rather than creativity, but the gist is the same. I just need to resolve a spell to continue playing the game.
We'll see if it does get countered. I mean, if you're Francisco, do you really mind that much? Okay, there's a remand.
Yeah, I think you don't care about Time Warp, but because your opponent just tapped a ton of mana and you have a kill in your hand, you're just going to counter whatever they spend a bunch of mana on.
Sure.
What do you got?
Yeah, that should be game.
Yeah, that looks like that to me. Losing the counter war here. Nothing but a 1/1 dwarf.
So it looks like.
I'm gonna see.
Who's he up against?
What do you think's coming?
I guess this match hasn't finished yet.
I don't know, maybe like a Scythe Leopard? No, okay. Emrakul
okay.
makes more sense.
Yeah.
Reasonable. Probably.
Guido must have lost his last 2 matches because he dropped down to the X and 2 bracket.
Right. Soundcaster
Or unless he, no, never mind. He's still playing right now. But he's still X and 1.
Game, very quick game. We just have game 3. Don't know if it matters now. If there are really any changes to be made other than like you suggested, maybe shave 1. Maybe shave creativity.
Yeah, there's still like 2, 4, 6 X and 1s playing.
Why he boarded the way he did? Like I typically value.
So we're gonna be somewhere in like the 15 to 18 range after this match.
Counterspell interaction. You just like
I believe.
Combo.
Yeah.
That seems a lot better to me than lightning bolts.
Sure. We got not 1 but 2 Ren and 6.
Am I happy with the 1 of Croaks on the sideboard instead of the 2 I used to run?
I mean,
I'm actually thinking about cutting the second Croaksa. Or cutting the Croakses altogether, because we're just like not seeing grindy mid-range matchups in Modern.
Places like we don't have to. If we draw non-land cards, it's gonna be good. If we don't, we've got a Prismari command to filter stuff. And if my opponent has the spell snare, got another round 6.
7 and 2. I use 7 and 2 if we only played 8 rounds so far.
Just get it out of the way.
Well, we're not fetching basic swamp ever, so.
Lost to a douche playing spirits and named his deck Dredge. I mean, to be fair, you do get to look at the deck list, right? Like, you don't have to just see just the deck name. You can see the cards that are in there.
Save the moment's the draw. Meh. I'd rather just reveal that off of my favorite dragon, but.
Oh, what's your favorite dragon's name?
Velomachus Lorehold.
Oh, okay.
Lee, who's tired here? Are you tired?
No, absolutely not. I'm pumped to see this Red and 6 enter the battlefield and then grab a fetch land.
Should have checked, but still it's a douche move. I mean, I see the argument, but at the same time, like it's really tough to say something like that is a douche move when it's all open deck list. Like, you've got complete information to everything that he is playing.
To awkward positions.
Sure. This is a nice remand for the draw.
It was like if somebody came out and they said, oh, I'm playing
We did see that.
mono blue Jund. Like, you would take a look at what it was.
Zachary just like slams save of the moment here just to get an extra loyalty on Rin and 6.
Like, I get where you're coming from. I see where that would be frustrating.
Is that worth remanding?
So I'm not saying that, like, your opponent's right. I'm not saying you're right.
I'm not sure. Probably. Remand is one of those cards you kind of just want to play on whatever.
Like, if it makes you feel any better, one of the first GPs, one of the first modern GPs I played in, I was playing Jund, and I get to this match. It's like middle of day 2, and I sit down, and my opponent's got like an Infect playmat with like a Glistener Elf on it, an Infect counter up on like the top right corner, like an Infect deck box, and of course, like, my first thought is there's no way this person's playing Infect. Like, not a chance in hell. Nobody who plays Infect is that obvious about playing Infect. And sure enough, he starts off his turn 1 with like Razor Verge Thicket, Slippery Bogle. And I'm just like, I really want to know how many people he just baited over the course of a weekend into free wins because they just kept like Fatal Push, Lightning Bolt hands, and he played a Bogle.
Before they get out of hand. Because I think the Through the Reach deck plays a lot better in the longer game just because it has more counter magic, more ways to interact. Whereas, you know, the lore
Next level thinking. I mean, I ended up winning the match because I had Liliana's, and Liliana Edicts are pretty good against Bogles, but
How do you feel about that play?
it's just kind of like how many.
Gotta get out of your hand. Just jam it on anything.
I guess regardless of the actual problem with it, so like not liking when somebody does that, but they're not actually being a rule being broken. I do think it is pretty cringe, I guess.
Could also might not have them.
Possible, yeah.
So we're watching Mana Symbol here. We've got one more match of Swiss. We're currently 6-2.
You could save counter magic.
11 matches to go this round.
But
People used to do that a lot. Teferi playmat, blue-black sleeves, or blue sleeves, blue-white deck box, and go turn 1 Goblin Guide. So, one of my favorites, though, is I went to a new shop probably like 30 minutes from here, the first time I'd been there. And I go there for a modern event. And I sit down across from my round 1 opponent. And he's in, like, black pants, black shirt, black hat, black deck box, black playmat, black sleeves, black shoes, like head to toe black. And so, of course, I don't know what to think. And sure enough, this man is on 8 rack. And I'm just like, huh, I was not prepared. I'm playing Jeskai and Nahiri, and like turn 1 he gets it. Turn 2 I keep a 7 with 6 lands and a cryptic command, and he Inquisitions me turn 1. And I'm like, yeah, got him. And game 3 I keep a 7 land hand, and he thought seized me. I was just like, yeah.
Which is probably what he's thinking about.
8 rack goth with a hat. Had the hat. Like hat, shirt, pants, shoes, deck box, sleeves, playmat, all black. LSV Pro Tour, top 8, Demir sleeves and sweater, playing Boros. Open deck list, but still what a legend. Like, it's pretty funny. If he had named his deck Demir Control, then I could see where some people would be a little more concerned.
Awkward in the amount of blue mana that Zach has.
Yeah, just 2.
Yeah, I don't really want to jam save at the moment, but if you don't do anything...
Let's see. I'm going to run to the bathroom real quick. I will be right back. We'll do... Let's see.
Which is the extraneous card in
Here's the list.
Give me a save at the moment. It's not that
And
Velomachus Lore hold in play, or your red 6 is in at 7.
there's the stream.
Like, I'd rather have land.
Can't do both.
Save at the moment, I believe.
Do like that. All right. I'll be right back.
Sorry, y'all. My cat's doing a very weird thing. Alright, so we have a Snapcaster Mage. Could target here. Only thing we target is Remand and Aether Dust. Not
yeah,
Aether Dust. I'm sorry. Aether Gust. Yes, that's what I'm trying to say with my mouth.
The Ran 6.
Yeah.
Gusting the Ran 6 is nice for Zach because it Remand would hard counter it. You'd just get exiled because of flashback.
Yeah. Doesn't look like it's gonna be cast.
Yeah, it's definitely gonna be cast. It's instep, so Zach has to pass priority again before Francisco can just immediately cast it.
I see.
Yeah, like in paper magic, you just go, all right, Snapcaster, Aether Gust, cast it on your thing, and people just shortcut that all the time because, you know, if they don't respond to the Snapcaster trigger, they're not going to respond to the before you cast the spell.
Sure. Very fair point. Oh, hello. Excuse me. Don't mind me. I don't know if you... Can you hear my cat? He's meowing very irritably.
Let's get rid of the save.
How dare you put me down?
Yeah, there we go.
Okay, looking better.
Now we kind of just brace Francisco doesn't have a way to force through the breach and the through the breach combo. Though these, with the amount of cards Francisco's played, i.e. no filtering at all, I don't know if it's super likely that he'll have the through the breach combo as he casts through the breach.
Okay, well, we can cast a Remand here. Hoping, obviously, like you said, that there's no Force of Negation or something.
This would have to be Soul Snare. Force Negation cannot be cast right here.
All right. Hope y'all like the chair stream.
So, pretty unlikely.
Bamzing, how's it going? We were looking at your ManaTraders metagame breakdown earlier.
Strong chance he loses the game.
Yeah.
Awesome work as usual.
Big turn here. Zach's like, does it resolve? Does it resolve? Does it resolve? Let it resolve. Let it resolve.
I think it's going to. I think if Spell Snare had been in the hand.
How do I like Blue-Red Prowess? Like, how do I like the matchup, or how do I like the deck in general?
Mystical dispute.
Oh.
Oh no.
Alright, well,
that must feel terrible.
Here's Emrakul.
Deck in general since 20% of the metagame. So, ironic that you ask, because I played Blue-Red Prowess at our modern F&M last night, and ended up winning the whole thing with Prowess. I think I had like 5 or 6 turn 3 kills in 4 rounds, which was just like insane. But I think the deck is really good. It definitely is a huge percentage of the metagame, especially the ManaTraders metagame. I think we've played it twice. I can't remember if we played it twice or 3 times this event, but it's the matchup that I think if you have a bad Prowess matchup, I don't know how you can exist in the format right now. And even if you have like a 50-50 Prowess matchup, you're almost guaranteed to see it multiple times in a premier level event. And I don't know, the deck just like doesn't have a lot of weaknesses. So you gotta be pretty careful with it. There's so many times that that like I feel I'm okay against Prowess, and then they just top deck a haste guy and I die from like 12 life. Yarasut man, Yarusut man, give me a pronunciation here. Thank you so much for the follow. Hope you're having an awesome Saturday wherever you're at in the world. TK, soon all cards exist to make this an old border deck. Let's see, we don't have Goyf yet. We don't have Scourge or Confidant. We need Shadows old bordered. But like every set, there's definitely more and more coming. We've got the Verdant Catacombs coming up. Veil is, I can't remember if Veil is in there or not. But bit by bit. If you have a bad blue-red prowess, you won't win the tournament, right? Like, agreed completely. It's kind of the reason the decks like humans and taxes and stuff like that are almost unplayable right now. Just too many X1s getting pushed out hard by Prowess. No old bordered Goyf yet, right? Right. They had the reprint in Time Spiral Remastered, but it was not an old border reprint. Update them. The deck list for or not the deck list, the matchup guide from today. So, Jun Shadow. Alright, what all have we played today? We beat Amulet Titan early on. We beat... Did we play Eldrazi Tron? No. No. Beat Inverter. Beat Jund. So that's 3 so far. Beat Prowess twice. That's 5. Our other ones were the Mana Symbols deck, Indomitable Creativity, or how do you spell Velomachus? Velomachus. We'll just say Velomachus turns. 1-0. And we forgot one more. That's 6. There's still one more matchup that we didn't include. We lost to red-white land destruction. I think I just have it in miscellaneous. That should be everything. Deal. Alright, we got 4 matches to go. Alright, what have I missed from chat? Still surprised I didn't give the legacy border to Tarmogoyf yet. I feel like they should have, instead of just giving it a regular reprint. Like, if you're going to give iconic cards with these old borders, why not Tarmogoyf? You know the Jund players are biting at the bits for an old border Tarmogoyf. Like, it's free money. Definitely a huge miss. About anything from Modern Horizons 2, what do you think will play in Grixis? I'm thinking about Flame Rift. I know that that Michael Rapp posted some deck lists the other day with Flame Rift and Grixis. I'm not quite as sold on it. I get the appeal, but I don't know if it's the kind of effect that like Grixis really wants. Like, just 2 mana, sorcery speed, deal 4 is eh. Other than that, God. I think my testing is going to start with, it's going to start with the Red Delver, the Dragon whatever channeler. Probably going to try out Flame Rift, though I'm not too convinced with it. I'll try Ragavan, but not huge on Ragavan either. That's probably where I'll... Dragon's Rage Channeler. That's the Red Delver. I'll probably start with those and see how it goes after that. But I think the Channeler is probably, like, the most likely to potentially find a home in the deck. But even it, I don't think is really what we want. It would just be, like, a decent red 1-drop. But that's like what the channel's all about here, right? We're gonna try out all of these cards at some point or another and see if they're good. Red Delver, yes. Red Delver is Dragon's Rage Channeler because it's a 1-mana 1/1 that if you have Delirium gets +2/+2 flying. So it's kind of like Delver. It's a 1-mana 1/1 that becomes a 3-power flyer if some condition is met. But whenever you cast a non-creature spell, you Surveil 1. And, yeah. All of this thinking when you could just play Rogues. I mean, Rogues is fun, don't get me wrong. But the part Rogues is missing is, like, you're not doing anything, anything over the top powerful. You're just relying on synergy to get you there. And when you're playing in a format like Modern where everything else is doing something over the top powerful, then now if your synergy doesn't line up, you run into the I just can't do anything or can't win from here play lines. I mean, like, we have been playing Rogues, but we still accept that, like, Rogues does have its shortcomings. Does have its shortcomings, yeah. Rodrigo, Old Border Future Sight frames would be sweet. Like, Old Border thought, or, Street Wraiths and Goyfs with this frame or this text framing. Ooh. Don't know why, but I was thinking the Dragon Girl was an aura. It reminds me a lot of the aura from, what was it, Theros? Not Theros. Maniacal Rage. That one. Reminds me a lot of that. Maniacal Rage have an old printing. A little bit of Hammer Hand too. Abscon, pretty interested in Ragavan. Like, it's a cool card. I just don't know if it's the 1-drop of choice that, like, Shadow's really interested in. What do you think of the split-second sack creature for 2 mana? I hate that they printed it. Like, you already had Liliana's Triumph that just played around, like, Veil of Summer. I don't know why any deck needs to have a split-second Edict. Like, why is that an effect that they thought Modern needed access to? Feel very echoey. Just me, or y'all getting an echo? Could just be too far from the microphone. Just love the token from Karizev alongside your thoughts about Ragavan there. Yeah, like, it's not the kind of card that you ever want to top deck late, right? You want your threats to be live as the game goes on. Dashing it seems like it would feel terrible. One match remaining for the round. But I think we've had like 3 people at our LGS talk about in the last week or so, like building squirrels in Modern. Because they're like, oh yeah, it looks sweet. Looks really strong. Like, I don't know about that one. But like, hey, if people want to build squirrels and that'll get them into Modern and get them showing up every week, I'm all for it. Monkey will be played in all kinds of decks. It's card advantage, ramp, and also an awesome top deck. So, let's break that down a little bit. It's card advantage if you're hitting them, sure. If you're using it for ramp, you're probably not using it for ramp and card advantage. Because if we're playing it in Shadow, like, we're a pretty low-costed deck anyway, and the extra mana is not too important. But the awesome top deck is kind of where I come into question. Like, it's an awesome top deck if the board is clear and nobody has anything. And then, like, it's a terrible top deck if it's a board stall or if your opponent's got, like, Seasoned Pyromancer token laying around or anything like that that can get in the way. Where my advantage of cards like Hex Drinker are, in those situations, it's a fantastic top deck at all times. Like, your opponent's got creatures on board, it's a board stall, cool, play it, level it up. They don't have anything on board, cool, play it, level it up. Like, Ragavan having situational goodness on its top decks is dicey. Like, I certainly wouldn't play it for the ramp aspect. Like, you're not a deck that cares about ramping. But for me, I just hate the idea of playing a threat out on turn 1 that doesn't get better as the game goes on. Like, it stays the same, right? It's always going to do the same thing and be the same thing, and occasionally you'll get to hit something cool off of it, but you're kind of like a proactive creature deck. So if you're hitting them with Ragavan and casting their stuff, then that means you're not casting your stuff. And if you're not casting your stuff, yeah, like, what's the benefit? I mean, obviously, we're going to try the card out and see how it does. But I'm just giving my reserves regarding it. think Monkey could be a decent enabler for Grixis Luris. I mean, like, it's the kind of card that you want on turn 1 and not anytime else, which means you got to play like 4 copies of it. And if you're playing 4 copies of it, you're going to see it in multiples a lot, and you don't want to see it in multiples ever. So I've got concerns. Like, at least with the Red Delver, you can play it in multiples, and it's not dead. Kind of cool how you could possibly dash it for 2 damage on an empty board. Play it with the treasure. Yeah. That is a play for sure. That's about the best thing I've heard about the Monkey so far. Alright. Create a match. Killer SUV. Playing Esper Control. Oh boy. I mean, the die roll is nice. This hand is not. Right? Gonna be one of those matches, eh? Came back just in time. I don't know if I would call this the just in time match. Red Delver and Luris Grixis. Can we expect to turn it on reasonably fast without Wraith? I don't know. That's why we're going to find out. Like, I don't want to say, yeah, we can absolutely get this thing online and then not. Let's take Mana Leak. We can get down both of our threats next turn. The Black Huck, one question. Do you think Jund Shadow could be playable with Monastery Swiftspear instead of Hex Drinker? The age-old question, indeed. What's the easiest way of answering this? You can play Swiftspear, but the play patterns aren't going to be the same. The card choices ultimately aren't going to be the same. Like, it's not the same deck with Swiftspear. So as long as you know you need to make adjustments to compensate for that, it's fine. But if you don't make those adjustments, you just have to recognize it's not the same deck. One is an aggro deck, one is a mid-range deck with quick kill potential. Right. Like, Hex Drinker is absolutely the latter. Like, you can kill quickly with Hex Drinker, but you're built to play a grindier game. You don't want to be throwing your spells at your opponent for no reason. Swiftspear, you want to be aggressively playing your spells. You need to get the damage in. This has got to be like push the Scourge, untap, use your Archmage's Charm for removal. I guess you don't have to. Yep. Yesterday I bought 4 Thoughtseize, 3 Push, 3 Inquisition, 2 Dismember, 2 Teamer Battle Rage. Nice. We converted one. Steal my shadow. Nope. Worse. Alright. Pretty dead here. Like, as soon as you start drawing fatal pushes in these matchups, kind of game over. Alright. We'll scoop to that. We haven't even worked through this Archmage's Charm and Cryptic command yet. So we will carry on with our day. Alright, what does our opponent have? 4 Guile in the 75. 6 Walkers. Damnation. No Supreme Verdicts, just 1 Damnation. Bringing in a Go for the Throat. They are on 4 Esper Charm. So, Inked Vienna, thank you so much for the follow. Hope you're having an awesome Saturday wherever you're at in the world. I can feel my stomach growling. Like, why haven't you eaten in like 8 hours? Ruggiero? Give me a pronunciation here. Thank you so much for the follow. Hope you as well are having an awesome Saturday, wherever you're at in the world. Sorry y'all had to come in like the last round when we placed or faced like our single worst matchup in all of Modern. But for everybody hanging out, I greatly appreciate it. YOLO. This hand's got ridiculously good upside potential. If we just find like a missing piece or two, like second land, get something rolling. That's kind of what you have to do with bad matchups. Very Hero of Dominaria. Old double Kaya's Guile, eh? Huh. Do you think some sort of domain zoo will be playable considering the card's already spoiled? I wouldn't be surprised. It looks like it could have some potential. Ah, hiccups. Land? Land? Not a land. Oh well. So matchups like this, we could mulligan, but like our win percentage goes so down so quickly if we start mulliganing aggressively that I think it's worth it to just like keep the one lander, play for the upside. Like, obviously it looks really bad right here, but I still think that's very true here. Like, mulliganing aggressively just doesn't do you much good in a matchup like this where you have to have resources. It is a calculated risk. Like, our hand was nuts if we hit the second land. Even by, like, turn 3, we had a pretty decent shot. But, like, if we miss the second land, happens. Let's see. All right. Believe we're dead, but let's double check. I'm gonna steal my hex ringer? No. All right. We'll thought these for the sake of seeing what they've got going on. But 2 active planeswalkers on the board. It's going to be too much to overcome. All right, so unfortunately, our ManaTraders journey falls short at 6-3. But quick deck list update. Jun felt great. Like, one of our losses was us punting against red-white land destruction. We had the win, punted. It happens. The 2 other losses were to removal.deck, Esper and Rakdos. So if you're wanting hedges against those matches, Tend the Pests is a really good sideboard option that you can run to help out in a lot of these 1-for-1 removal games. Not great against sweepers, but really great against like the Kaya's Guiles, the Fatal Pushes, stuff like that. So if something like Esper Control is on your radar or Rakdos Midrange, look at Tend the Pests. Other than that, main deck felt fantastic, as always. I have like no changes I want to make to the main deck. Sideboard, the second Kroxa keeps getting more and more hit with Grave Hate. So I'm probably going to end up cutting Kroxa, probably cutting the Damping Sphere because I just don't feel like I really need it. And since I'm cutting Kroxa, I'll cut the basic Mountain. Might add a second Overgrown Tomb to replace the Mountain. Might add another Nurturing Peatland. Haven't decided. Go for the Throat was lights out. Veil, there's less and less Veil matchups, but I still feel like it's a necessity. Assassin's Trophy is great. Spellbomb, depends how much Dredge you expect to see. Like, I could see cutting an extra K command, going for an extra spell bomb if you think Dredge is going to be on the rise. Kozilek's return, I think, is an absolute necessity. And that's just kind of a step forward. Which do you recommend me to buy first? Playset of Goyf or the playset of Verdant? Definitely the playset of Verdant Catacombs. Like, Goyf is always exchangeable, but you're getting the lands is really, really good. Remove all red for Dismember 3 Confidant. No. Not losing Teamer Battle Rage and Lightning Bolt with Scourge of the Skyclaves. Like Scourge, you have to have enablers. There's too much Tron, too many Eldrazi Tron decks, too many Prowess decks starting off with like double Spire Bluff Canal. You have to have the ability to proactively turn on your Scourges. And then Teamer Battle Rage wins games of Magic. Like, even if you want to cut the red, I do not recommend doing it. But obviously it is not my call to make, so if somebody else wants to cut the red, by all means. But I don't think if you're playing... I think if you're playing Death Shadow and you're not playing Teamer Battle Rage, you should probably not be playing Death Shadow. Simplest way I can put it. But yeah, other than that, quick plugs. If you're ever wanting to catch any other content, we'll post deck lists occasionally to Twitter. There's a link to that in the chat right now. There's also a link to our YouTube page if you're ever wanting to watch any of these other matches, like any of these other test leagues or anything like that. You can check out our YouTube page, just The Control Freak. It's got all of our individual leagues uploaded. Everything's like time-stamped, results, everything. You can see the deck lists. I go through sideboarding for all the matches. Blah, 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 blah. And then if you're enjoying the channel, enjoying the commentary, gameplay, anything like that, feel free to drop a follow. Doesn't cost you anything. Just lets you know whenever we go live, so you can come check out a future stream. We're going to send everybody over to Mateus, who's still live fighting for top 8 contention of the ManaTraders Swiss, playing Eldrazi Tron. So if you want to stick around for that, feel free to share some love from the chat. Otherwise, hope everybody has a fantastic rest of their Saturday. Stay safe, enjoy some good food, good company. We'll be looking forward to playing some sort of Shadow next week, prepare for next week's challenges, and have some more discussions about the new spoilers. So hopefully we get some cool stuff, and I will catch y'all then. So, adios.